Okay, I think we're good to go. And this time, I'm pretty sure I will upload this to YouTube. So, shout out if you're watching this later. It's probably going to be another very long video. Shouldn't be as long as the 4-star one, but it should be quite lengthy. About 70 plus entries, and I'm pretty sure I will also cover JP's servants in this list because of that this time. So, yay. And alright, let's obviously disclaimers before we go. First clear disclaimer I want to say, in case you skipped the others, this of the 3 lists I have the least expertise in, aka the 5-star list, the 4-star list, and the 1 to 3-star list. So just to get that out there, I am by no means an expert when it comes to low-star servants. This is just from my experience of using servants. I have pretty much used all of them, maybe with the exception of 1 or 2 of the new ones added in the anniversary 4. So I'm not working with nothing here. And I will, of course, evaluate servants based on what they look like, their kits, their MPs, numbers, whatever. Numbers not being as big of a deal here as in how big of a deal I made them in the 4-star list, though. Now, as for the other disclaimers, it's basically the same stuff as with the 4-star list. I'm probably going to include a thing on the start of the video as well, in case you just want to see a TLDR of all the disclaimers. But one thing that is different, in the 4-star list, we had welfares, of course, and I assumed MP5 for them, which makes sense, and MP1 for others, for the sake of accessibility. But in this case, it's going to be different in that sense. For every permanent servant here, be it 1, 2, 3 stars, they will be assumed MP5. And because there's no welfares obviously here, I will be assuming MP1 for the story locks and for the limited servants where it applies. So that's basically the difference. I'm still sticking with the other criteria. I think that was good and you guys seem to like it as well. Thank you for the good reception of the list again. I hope no one is too salty. This is just one man's opinion. All that good jazz. It's all for fun and games. You shouldn't take these seriously anyway. So yeah. So I will not be doing vacuum reviews anymore. I will not be considering the servants on their own, because a free support pick at the very least is available to everyone, and many other servants too. Like a lot of these servants right here. So yeah. So as a brief recap, this disclaimers were, I take JP buffs into account. So basically going, with today's buffs for a, to give you a reference, today is the 12th of March. So whatever has happened by then, we're gonna include in terms of buffs and servants. Free support pick considered, like I said just now. And here's a good one. I always evaluate servants based on what I think they do the best. So in case someone like, let's say, Regent, Kojirou, memes aside, he's a shitty farmer. I'm not gonna hold that against him. Like, he's clearly not meant to farm anyway. So that should give you an idea. I'm gonna evaluate servants on what they do the best. I'm gonna disregard the other roles, because if they're not meant for them, they're not meant for them, okay? I will compare similar servants. Now, in this one, it's a bit rough, because again, we have 1 to 3 star servants, and I guess a 0 as well. So it might be a bit unfair to compare, let's say, a 1-star single target assassin to a 3-star single target assassin, but it is what it is. Call me a hypocrite if you want. And yeah, obviously this is a gameplay tier list. Personal feelings, waifu, husbando factors, none of that matters here. And I will certainly try and be as unbiased as I can, because I certainly like some of these servants more than others, just from, a personal perspective. But I'm gonna try and be objective here. It's a gameplay list. We will probably have more waifu, husbando list, whatever in the future. But yeah, this is just purely from that point of view. And the order, it might be a bit confusing, but the order is, we go from rarity alphabetically, and that's it basically. We got 0 alphabetically, 1-star alphabetically, 2-star alphabetically, and then 3-star alphabetically. So in case this looked like a mess, now it should look less of a mess. Alright, so there you go. I hope I remembered to say everything. And yeah, there should be a thing at the start of the video that gives you like a TLDR of all the ones, in case you just want to skip to the servants. So yeah, we are good to go. So, as I said, we're gonna do them by rarity, and we have one servant with no rarity whatsoever. Despite having the numbers of a 2-star servant, officially he does not have a rarity. As you can see in the 2-star list, he does not exist despite having matching numbers. And I'm of course talking about Mr. Mango, Angra Mainyu. Oh boy, what a way to start this list. But I guess he is the first one in this list. So yeah, Mr. Avenger, the OG Avenger. Maybe not in FGO, but surely in, you know, Fate lore, he is the OG. Self-titled Worst Servant. And that might actually hold more truth than he just thinks himself. Because he's certainly, all memes aside, I love him. He's great. Was great in Whole Ataraxi and whatnot. All things aside, I'm pretty sure everyone knows he's not a particularly good servant gameplay-wise. Now let's find out why, on a brief look here. So, as I said, in this list, I won't be taking too much look into the numbers of the attack and HP, because they're going to be expected to be low anyway. There's some few exceptions, especially on 3 stars, I might, again, put some emphasis on them, because there's a bigger pool, and there are definitely big differences. But in this 1 and 2 star servant categories, they don't really vary that much. They're more or less in the same area, so not too much focus on that. Now, my man's here. I don't even know what to call him. I'm gonna call him a quick DPS, despite him having an arts MP. He's in a really weird spot, and I mean that in a very bad sense. But I think he's supposed to be a quick DPS based on his 3rd skill. So looking at his kit here, his skills are actually not terrible for a 2-star servant. In fact, the 1st skill against the boss is pretty decent. It's a single target critical chance down on an enemy by up to 50% for 3 turns. That can be big. I think people heavily underestimate crit chance down. It can be really strong on boss battles. And it's on a 6-turn cooldown, so around half the time, you should have this up. Unless it gets resisted, of course, or, you know, debuff immune and whatnot. It's not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. Now, 2nd skill, similar vein. More like, whatchamacallit, debuff utility. Single target. Attack down this time, 3 turns, 30%. Also on a 3-turn downtime. But comes with an added bonus of having a guaranteed drain. Very good. Drain is also good against bosses. So if you just looked at these, he's looking like an okay. It's looking like an okay start, right? And then we got his 3rd skill, his famous 3rd skill. So he gets a quick buff that gets better every turn, up to 5 turns. But he also gets a big demerit. A timed buff that is considered, it's a debuff, but it's a buff, so you can't really remove it easily or at all. So yeah, and after 5 turns he dies. But they did give him a buff, which you need bond 10 for some reason, that now it also comes with a stackable guts. So at least this should counter this. He will be, of course, low HP after that. Granted, this is a 50% guts, but you gotta remember, he doesn't have a high HP to begin with. So even though it says 50%, you know, that on paper sounds excellent. But when you consider 50% of this is like, what, 2800 HP? You know, it's not the greatest thing out there. But at least it's a, you know, a countermeasure for this. And of course, it's stackable, so you can even add a 2nd guts from a CE or something if you want. Yeah. Oh, that's attack. My bad. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I need more sleep. Yeah, okay, it's slightly better then. So it's like, what, 3,900? Not bad. It's better than most guts, let's just say. Grand Pepega, let's go. So, it's a weird skill. It's certainly a weird skill. This is why I'm calling him a quick DPS. Because with this, he can actually get some decent damage on his quicks, as you can see. Actually gets pretty high. You can get up to 200% quick up on turn 5 with rank 10. No joke. And then he has the usual Avenger passives, which, you know, can be nice, but they're not anything game-breaking in my opinion. Now, the reason he's so bad is his MP. Oh my god. His MP. Oh my. It is garbage. It is useless in most cases. And even when it's useful, it's like a tickle. It's a tickle is what it is. It's by far one of the worst MPs in the entire game. Maybe the worst. And if you're gonna make this work, you need to work your ass off to make this work. You want to deal even 30k damage, you're gonna have to do so much work. It's insane. It's not worth it. It is by far not worth it. It is an absolute garbage tier MP and basically makes him a terrible servant, considering he's supposed to be a DPS. He does have some utility, but yeah, he's basically a DPS. Yeah. The problem with his MP mainly is that this was gonna help with the MP, but you gotta realize, right? The formula is dumb. The damage is counted from your current or previous HP minus the current HP. So even, let's say you have 3k HP, right? Then you die with your MP on, and you activate this guts, and you heal to what? Let's say 3900. That may be more if you have Fode. Your MP will deal 0 damage. It's dumb. The formula is dumb. So you always... It's just... I don't know why they made it like that. It's so weird. It would do 0 damage. Because of the way the formula works. So... It wasn't even gonna do massive damage to begin with. Even if the formula was better. But yeah, He's awesome, but in terms of gameplay, he's hopeless. I don't think people will argue too much about that. Good memes though. Good memes, have to say. Love the memes. Fun little servant he is. And he has a unique bond C that gives him beast damage. So I guess he's the only servant in the game that could actually have some kind of damage bonus against the beasts or something. So there's that. I would still not pick him on those though. Alright, then we get to WOD stars. And first of all, we got Mr. Arash. Man, what a legend. He's been in the game since launch, obviously. He's come a long time, and he finally got an animation update very recently as well. Very cool. We got Mr. OG Farm King. He still, to this day, can do a lot of good work. With the inclusion of a certain other similar type of servant who we will see later in this list, he kind of fell a bit in favor, but that doesn't mean he's still bad at what he does. No. He's definitely still very valuable and very easy to make work, let's just say. Now, he's an AoE buster archer with a nice deck. Let's be real. Most people don't even care about this when we're talking about him. So his numbers, yeah, it's your basic stuff, just low hit counts for a day 1 servant, but that doesn't really matter for a lot of people, for reasons, obvious reasons, and in case you don't know what they are, you're about to see. And his skills, again, mostly irrelevant. He does have a pretty okay defense buff on a small cooldown, or small downtime rather. And for some reason he has... I think this is a lore thing. I don't know his lore, so I can't comment, but I would assume this is a lore thing. Yep. And then Clairvoyance. Wow, what a terrible ass skill. Absolute garbage tier. They're slowly buffing these, but man, this is... Especially for him, it makes no sense whatsoever. I assume it's a lore thing as well. Just absolute garbage. Then he has something very useful to what he's supposed to do. He has a battery. He has an okay heal too, but he has a battery. That is right here. The important thing. Scales up to 30%. It's a pretty okay number as well. Passives, not much in the way of saying for those, just your standard stuff. And then his MP. His MP. Oh boy. It has an increased damage modifier because of what it does, and... It even has bonus damage, in case you see, but I mean, even the base damage is already nuts. This extra slot. 1200 damage on MP5, which is free, of course. I'm gonna assume MP5 with all these, like I said, so yeah. one time. Goddamn Toma, just running everything. Goddamn Toma. Oh my god, Ark. But yeah, everyone knows Arash is a farm king. And the reason he really... I mean, sure, he does a lot of damage, but the reason he stands out is because of this. He dies when he MPs. And the game says demerit, but I would honestly disagree. I really disagree. In fact, it's a huge benefit. It's a free servant swap, basically. Everyone always uses Arash on wave 1. You kill the wave, you get another servant out. Farm goes on, amazing. It's almost a free plug suit, basically. So, yeah. This gimmick alone makes him very unique and very useful in farming. So I'm probably gonna place him up here just because of how useful he is. You can't even see it because of the fucking ass. God damn it. Ark, you gotta calm down, my dude. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, I'm trying to be serious and then all this fucking bit gotcha is happening. God damn it. Okay, now you can see him, maybe. I'm not sure. He might be here because of a certain other servant, but he's probably here, though. It's pretty funny how this list starts, though. Because we started with here, and then we go here. So, imagine if this was the full list. Also, I didn't talk about them, but it's the same as the 4-star one. There's no E+, because does it even matter at that point anyway? No, Motto, no. Yeah, I'm probably still gonna keep him in EX. It's just so useful. He is a little bit C reliant, but because I'm considering the you know, that everyone has a free support pick, that helps a lot. So even with a 50% starter, if you pick like a support waiver, just from his AoE skills alone, you can get to your MP with his 3rd skill. So yeah, it's easy. And there's a lot of free 50% starters. Now we got Asterios. Man, what a tragedy. I still can't believe they made him a once. They made Minotaur a 1-star servant in FGO. That's a crime and a half. But it is what it is. We got Asterios, 1-star berserker. He's definitely a buster DPS, but he's also a setup servant for certain types of niche setups. But I think even his role in that, it has kind of been overwritten because there's so many options these days for that type of stuff. So I don't even know if he even works that well in setups anymore either. It's kind of weird. And being a 1-star berserker is not a very happy thing because he only has 6600 HP. In a lot of cases, 1 crit will just end him. Now, it's nice that he has a full triple buster deck though, for what it is, because he's supposed to be a buster DPS, so that's at least good. Monster Strength A. At least he has a good version of Monster Strength. A lot of them tend to be like 1 or 2 turns. He has the full 3 turns, so it's actually a pretty okay buff. It's not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's decent. So it's okay. That his defensive option is right here, which is not terrible. It does scale a 3-turn defense buff on self up to 40%. That is not a joke number. But again, when you consider he's a berserker with 6600 HP, he's still gonna take some damage and it's gonna be a bit scary. But I mean, if you're gonna run something like Merlin, of course you can give him Hero Creation. That gives him bonus HP, but then you have other problems like Star Absorb, or yeah, because he only has this for 1 turn. So how are you gonna make him crit consistently? Unless you don't want to, but don't expect miracles in terms of like his face card damage without crits though. So yeah, this is you can get up to 100% debuff resistance though. That's not too shabby. This is actually a great skill. This would be so amazing on many other servants. Although it is just for offensive debuffs, but it's something. Like this defense alone makes it pretty damn good on a 2-turn downtime. Now his other DPS skill is this: 1-turn buster up, 1-turn crit up. I kind of wish this buster was like 50%. I don't think it would be broken. It's only 30%, or make it 3 turns. Either way, at least this will give him an okay turn for crits, but that's about it. After that, you're not gonna be looking at a whole lot of damage. And it is a 5-turn cooldown. They could do a lot of stuff with this, I think. Man, I hope he gets buffed. You could really use it. Maybe whenever he gets his animation update, they'll do it. This passive is nice. Of course, works with his Buster playstyle. And then his MP. It's interesting. But I don't know if it's a... It's so... Again, him and Caligula in particular, they have really awkward MPs for what they're supposed to do. It's weird. It's a pretty good MP. It can be a good MP. But for him in particular, it's just off. I know it's like a lore thing, but it's I don't know, man. It is great that you have a 6-turn attack and defense down, but that only goes up to 20% on MP5 and 10% defense down on base. The big numbers for the attack and defense down for 40% are only 1 turn, but that's where the setup part comes in that I was talking about. Now, I think there's other options for this as well, because for that, he only has his MP. None of these other things will really help with the setup, unless you want to use him as the DPS for the setup too, I suppose, but... Yeah. He's a hard, tricky one to place. I don't think they knew what they wanted to go with him, honestly. He's a 1-star for once, which makes no sense to me, and they kind of went all over the place. He's half DPS, half like a setup unit. It's weird. I don't even know where I should place him. I think I should rate him based on a DPS, because I think that's still his best use, a DPS. Even this, I don't think the setup is his best use. Maybe it was some years ago, but yeah. I think he's gonna be like here or here. It might be a bit harsh, but again, we need to get like some sort of base established first and foremost. I don't know. I'll keep him in D+ for that. Maybe we'll change it depending on what others we're gonna start placing here, though. They should do something with him. We got Bart next, the first of the new servants, and one of the ones I mentioned that I don't really have a lot of experience with. And he has a really interesting gimmick, which is what I know, basically. I also have to check. Yeah, he was AoE quick, so yeah. AoE quick 1-star rider. Pretty boy Bart. Another pirate to be added into the game. His deck is okay. He can do a quick chain with his MP at least. That's not too bad. Numbers not too terrible either. It seems his MP game wouldn't be horrible either, honestly. So honestly, it's not doing bad in terms of the top section right here. Now as for his skills, of course, you gotta have Voyager of the Storm on basically every pirate, I suppose. It's a thing. So he has an A+ though. It's still not a great skill. Don't be fooled by it. It's an A+. It's not a great skill, I have to say. It's a 1-turn party-wide attack and MP damage buff on a 5-turn cooldown. And it's still, even at A+, only scales to 17%. So it's not amazing. In fact, it's pretty weak in today's standards. So, yeah. It's, just not that amazing. Then he has his unique skill, I believe. The second one. It's another one of these that reduces his own star absorb, but this one in particular goes for 3 turns. And then it gives party a 40% crit damage for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. So it's so he's supposed to be like a star generating sub DPS, I guess. I think that's kind of what they were going with, honestly. It's weird though. Usually riders tend to be on the forefront of damage. Maybe with another rider he could be decent. Also, excuse the dog, he's been going crazy in this entire day. This is unique as well, I think. So yeah, his third skill, self quick up 20%, 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, already looking pretty okay. And then also all enemies 20% crit chance down for 3 turns, not too shabby. And also a star bomb. This is a pretty good skill. This is actually a pretty good skill. Especially on a 1-star servant, it's pretty nuts. It is not bad at all. This is a good package of stuff on this skill. So I truly believe he's supposed to be like a sub DPS, right? Again, I apologize because I really haven't had much use for him at all. Riding D is nice again because he's mostly supposed to be quick oriented. So sadly it's a low rank, but it's there at least. It's a permanent quick buff. And then magic res E, I guess. It's something. Yeah, I guess, you know, this should be team-wide though, huh? It could be make him really interesting. And then his MP, of course. Now, here's where the unique gimmick comes to play. He has bonus damage against low rarity units. And that doesn't even mean silver. It specifically means bronze rarity enemies. So 1 to 2 star enemies. So it could be pretty decent on some specific type of farming. And then there's a bonus normal effect of 20% defense down for 3 turns, which I believe activates after damage, sadly, but yeah. I don't know, man. That's a gimmick, alright, huh? Yeah. He's like the free-to-play destroyer. Maybe. Oh, this is a hard one. I feel like whatever I place him, it's not gonna be that fair, because I just haven't labbed him that much. If this was on silver as well, I think it would make him even quite a bit better, but it's only against bronze enemies. This is a great skill. I just kind of wish this was AoE, like you guys said as well. This kind of synergizes with this, and then Voyager is just not amazing, but it goes to his supportive side as well, I suppose. Man, Bart, huh? Bart. I don't think he's bad, but I don't really see too much reason to ever pick him. A 1-star quick AoE. I think he's like here. He could have some use. Right now, it's kind of hard for me to imagine too many scenarios where I would just, you know, pick him outside of just, you know, memes and having fun or whatever. But, you know, he's not a lost cause. And especially if they give him a buff, he could be even quite a bit higher. Who knows? I just kind of need for them to like fully commit to one thing. Do you want him to be a DPS mainly, or do you want him to be like a decent quick support? Just commit to one of them would be cool. Paul Bunyan. I guess she is a welfare when you think about it. Yeah, I guess, yeah, she is a welfare. Interesting. I said there were gonna be no welfares in this list, but I forgot about her. I think she counts. So we got Paul Bunyan, AoE Buster, 1-star Berserker. I mean, looking at Spartacus is already a pretty good combo, huh? So in terms of the deck, it's nice. Hit counts are good. Her MP is actually not even terrible for a full gorilla deck from using her. It's not terrible at all. It's not good, obviously, with this deck, but it's not terrible. Skills. She has some pretty interesting skills that go with her farming role, because this also helps the other farmers in her party. Team-wide buster damage. 3 turns, 20%. Not too shabby. And I guess add some crit damage on top. Why not? Not amazing in terms of the numbers, but, you know, it's an okay skill. It's definitely an okay skill. And matches her role as well, I suppose. This is kind of useless. The second skill, kind of passable. It's an AoE heal for up to 2k on a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah, it's just pretty weak, huh? Pretty weak. But I don't think it doesn't really matter that much, I suppose. Would be nice to have a skill that fit her role more, but, you know, they can't all be like that. Because the third skill also fits her role, which is an AoE defense down for 3 turns. And then I suppose a AoE 5-turn healing received debuff. Up to 50%. I've never had this be useful for me. I'm not gonna lie. This has never made any difference to me. But who knows? Maybe someday it will. It's still an AoE defense down. Again, helps with farming, so who knows? Also nice. Sadly low rank mat enhancement, but you know, more damage. And then the MP. It's like your most basic MP of all time. This is it right here. Just a super basic MP, but it's obviously a free MP5, so it does some decent damage even with 1-star numbers. The defense down is 5 turns, but it's also after damage, and it only scales from 10%, so it's nothing really to yell about. This is a tough one. I think she's not as good as Spartacus just because she needs a bit more attention to get herself going because she doesn't have the battery that Spartacus has. But she can do a pretty good job because in favor of trading the battery, you get that team utility regardless. Like, this will help your other farmers do more damage, especially if you have low MP levels on some other servants. It will help. I still think Spartacus is better, but she's not bad at all. In fact, I've used her quite a bit. And honestly, a 1-star is kind of nice in farming because I shouldn't put this on a high pedestal, but the reason a 1-star is nice is because you can fit more high-cost servants in your party. So if you want to bond like 5 stars on the backline, then by all means, it's easier now. Just a minor thing I should mention. I think she's like B+. She's not bad at all. She's not bad at all. Can do a decent job at farming. That's about it. I don't think she is just really used at a lot of other stuff. Does she come back in any time in the future? I think for NA she will get a rerun though, right? Or did that happen already? I honestly don't remember. My sense of time is bad. Hey Shazu, how you doing? Charlotte Corday. Oh boy. New stabby waifu. Because we need more of those. Alright, she's single target arts, right? I have to refresh my memory. Yes, okay. Single target arts, 1-star assassin. Double arts deck, 2 quicks. So it's like Shiki, huh? Interesting. She's like Shiki in both stabby and deck and whatever, you know? Alright. I don't think her MP gain is even that bad. It can be pretty decent, I suppose, especially if you're about to see it later on one of her skills, but yeah. Not bad. I kind of like the deck too. Maybe it would be better if she was triple arts. Probably would be, but it's not terrible. Skills. The first one, I think it's unique to her. So you got the amazing buff of increasing your insta-kill rate by up to 100%. Oh my god, it still sucks. But at least you have something else. You have something else on the skill. You have evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. That's not bad. It's like a lower rank PFA in that sense. You don't. I mean, a defense buff would be better than this, but it's not bad. It's okay, you know. It's an okay defensive skill. We can just basically ignore this because this will hardly ever be really relevant because they really need to fix instant death in this game. So it's just like a bad PFA, which still isn't terrible. She has Determination Steel, not unique to her. Dantes has it too, but he has a much better version of this skill though. Both still get the 1-turn ignore invul, but then the scaling of the other stuff does go down a bit. So it's a 1-turn attack buff for 30%. I kind of wish it was higher, but you know, it's a low rank, so what could you expect? And then debuff resistance for 3 turns, it's only 20%, so... It's a pretty weak skill, huh? It's a pretty weak skill, huh? Yeah. It does many effects, but none of them are really groundbreaking. Maybe this Invul Pierce should be 3 turns, honestly. It's still on a 6-turn cooldown. This should not be a 6-turn cooldown. That is too much. This should be 5 or 4 turns, or make this 3 turns if it's gonna be 6. Yeah. Alright, third skill. This is the unique skill that I was talking about. So, yeah. You're gonna get one of these buffs. And it's random. So good luck. You probably want the arts buff in most cases. The others aren't bad either. In fact, the MP buff actually scales okay. If you can get 2 MPs in this 3 turns, it's actually pretty damn good value. It's gonna require some good RNG or, you know, supports for you to pull that off. So at least there's no actual bad result. You probably want to see the crit damage one the least, but you know. So you get only one of these for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. They all seem okay, but none of them will be like groundbreaking. It's an okay skill. I just hate... if they allowed you to choose, I think she would be kind of more interesting. It wouldn't even be broken if they just allowed you to choose. And then your assassin passive, a low rank one, but she's not really a star generator assassin anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. And then the MP, the stabby MP. This is cool. You remove the target's evasion buffs, which does activate before damage, thank god. It would be so much worse if it was after damage. And it does ignore defense ups as well. So coupled with this and then ignore invul here, yeah, I don't think no one escapes the stab. Pretty much, pretty safe to say no one will escape the stab. At least once every 6 turns. Depending on how it goes. And then the OC is your usual insta-kill, which you know, negligible. But at least the normal effects are good. Oh boy, I don't know. Because again, the thing is, there's a lot of single target assassins, especially in the low side of rarities. Would I ever pick Charlotte over like Cursed Arm or 100 Face or I don't know, man. It's so hard to say. I don't know. The existence of Castoria does help. I'll tell you that much. The existence of Castoria definitely helps because she makes every arts DPS like 3 times better. So that is a thing I will consider, because again, this is not a vacuum review, so you can always pick a free Castoria if you so choose. But I'm not sure. I would still probably just pick 100 Face over her. Now, again, you may say that's unfair. I'm comparing a 1-star to a 3-star. But at the end of the day, everyone will get a free MP 500 Face at some point anyway, right? If you roll the gacha at all and you keep playing the game, you will have one eventually, no matter what. So I guess until that happens, you can find some use to Charlotte in case you manage to MP5 her from the FP gacha, which shouldn't be that hard considering she's a 1-star. But man, I don't know. It's another one. Maybe she's here. Maybe she goes with Bart. Maybe she's here. I don't know. I just don't think she's particularly great. She makes for an okay waifu, I suppose, but this is a gameplay list, so maybe I'll put her next to Asterios. I don't know, yeah. I kind of feel like Bards would have more use. Yeah. I feel like D might be too harsh though. She's not terrible at least. Alright, then it's everyone's favorite meme saver. We got Yasuo next. Oh boy, oh boy. Now, I actually, normally I wouldn't be that familiar with him, but because I lost that one bet, I actually had to grail my Yasun, and I've used him quite a bit as well. So I do have an okay opinion of his gameplay as well. He's an interesting case. So he's an AoE Arts 1-star Saber. That is very unique to say the least. He's also capable of a full Arch chain with his MP, which is nice. His MP gain is nothing amazing, but it's not bad, especially if you manage to get that Arch chain. You can loop, definitely, even without like double Castoria. You can still get some MPs going in a decent pace. So not too bad. His skills, so many unique skills. In fact, were they all unique? I think they're all unique, yeah. So the first one is a targeted heal that also removes not all debuffs from them, but one, and it's the latest one. But it's on a 4-turn cooldown, so this skill would be like C tier or D+. It's just not a great defensive skill, but it can do something. But he's mainly a farm servant anyway, so I don't think it matters that much as it versus like a boss killer servant. Second skill, 1-time 1-turn evasion. It is targeted, but yeah, that is basically as bad as they come for evasions. At least it's not chance based. I guess it could be worse. And then also gives the target up to 1000% star absorb for 1 turn. And then this does not apply to the target. This applies to himself. So Yasun, whoever you target, will always get the 20% defense down for 1 turn. It's not a huge demerit though. So it's just all these skills tend to be pretty weak. They just don't do a whole lot. But I guess, you know, he's supposed to be kind of a joke character. And of course, he's still a 1-star, so can't be expecting miracles in terms of effects. Gotta be realistic. And then the third skill, which can be really good. In a lot of cases, it's just the charisma for 20%. So it's basically a normal charisma, except it's a 1-turn longer cooldown. But, oh boy, if you actually have some Argo allies, you will give them MP gauge, you will give them critical damage, and you will give them star generation. Both those latter two effects for 3 turns, and the scaling is not even that bad. considering it's 3 effects. Sadly, he himself does not get any of this stuff, but it can have some value. But honestly, again, in most cases, because he's supposed to be a farm servant, so chances are you won't be seeing these, because you're probably going to be running him with supports or other, you know, AoE MPs. So in a lot of cases, it's just an attack buff for your team, including himself, at least on that one. Magic Resist B, it's something, and Riding B. For him, the quick buff doesn't really matter that much. He only has 1 quick card, so. And then his MP. It's good for farm. Definitely good. AoE arts, 5 hits, and comes with a 3-turn arts buff that activates before damage for self on a minimum of 20%. That's not bad at all. In fact, that's a good OC. Like, that is actually a good OC buff. And yeah, it obviously screams looping. And loop he can. It's not even entirely difficult to loop with him. It does require some effort. There's definitely way better loopers out there. But especially in the Saber category, there's not that many. Well, of course, Muramasa is to take that, but you'd be comparing a 1-star to a 5-star, limited 5 stars. So that is a bit unfair, to say the least. But even as a 1-star, he can still do a decent job. Now, I'm not really gonna, you know, expect the existence of double Castoria here, for the sake of being realistic. But you can at least pick 1 for free, and then you can fill kind of with whatever you have. You don't even have to do loops, honestly. You can just pick more AoE with him. But I feel like he still does a good job at farming. Just don't expect like miracles in terms of damage, because he basically has 20% here and then 20% here, at least on the first MP. Maybe more on the latter ones in case you do manage to loop. But yeah, supports really make him what he is, I think. It's kind of funny because he's kind of supposed to be a support with all these targeted skills and these Argo buffs. But realistically, in most cases, supports are what make him shine instead of him making others shine. Enabling him is not difficult, honestly. I feel like he should be like on A or something. I might place him there to begin with. He can, like, despite being kind of a joke, he's not really a joke in gameplay. He's not really a joke. He's not even that difficult to enable. He has low damage, but you can still use him with like Bunyan, for instance, and Arash for the earlier waves, and that's completely fine. And if you do manage to loop, every MP will always do more damage because of the stacking arts buff. I might move him down later, depending on, again, what we see, but we kind of want to establish a base here, though. Yeah. Stop calling my man a joke. Okay, blame DW, okay? Blame DW. Alright, then we got Regend. Okay. Wow, so many people in the chat are gonna kill me, though, after this one. So, Mr. Savior France. I do love that the wiki includes the title here. Single target, quick assassin. Everyone's favorite gatekeeper, I suppose. He has a full quick deck. The usual assassin deck, if you will. Terrible hit counts. And in fact, his star generation is not even amazing. In fact, I think the reason he does deliver decent stars is because of his MP and the second skill, I believe, having star bombs. It's not because of his cards itself. And his MP gain is actually not that good. From what I remember using him, is actually pretty bad. So he definitely does require supports. But, you know, free Scotty is a free Scotty on support picks, so it does help a lot. In fact, Scotty basically matches his playstyle perfectly, because he is also a crit servant. So it kind of matches. It's like a match made in heaven. Now, as for his skills, this man is definitely a boss killer, so he's not going to be farming, so stuff like evasion will actually matter. 1 turn evasion, 3 turns of crit up. He has sadly the 6-turn cooldown because he's out of mind. 5 turn is the better one, 6 turn is the standard. But, you know, you get some decent crits as well. So again, plays towards that crit playstyle that I was talking about. It's just an okay defensive skill that also gives you a boost to your damage. It's just the awkward case of, you know, having your... Let's be real, your only... I'm not gonna count the second skill. Your only defensive cooldown shared with the offensive cooldown. Second skill. Let's be real. It's a star bomb. This hardly ever plays an effect. It's so dumb though. Like, it removes mental debuffs, but half of them will prevent him from using it anyway. There's a skill seal, there's 2 types of charms, there's a stun. You're not going to be able to use it in half these cases anyway. So it's just a star bomb with a low cooldown. That's what it is. It's really weird. They should make it an exception and allow this to be used while under these effects, no matter what. It's just because half of these you can't use. Even sleep, you can't do anything. Like, what? It's so dumb. This is some Pepega stuff right here. But it's a decent star bomb, so, you know, it's something. Plays to his crits as well. Now, this was buffed, so it's a bit better now. Now also comes with some absorb. Again, goes towards that crit playstyle. I definitely think crits is what you're looking for if you're gonna pick him. So you get 3 turns of ignore evasion on a 5-turn cooldown, so dodges won't really be an issue against him. And you do get a huge boost of star generation for 3 turns. So with this, even with his low hit counts, he can still get a good chunk of stars. He still, you know, loses to some other assassins, even on this list, on star generation, but this helps. It helps. And then, of course, this just makes his crits more consistent. So, all in all, this is not a bad skill at all. It's actually a pretty decent skill. Good synergy and whatnot, so not bad. Yeah, this is a slightly better instinct, I agree. And again, more star generation, sadly low rank. And then his MP, which was buffed as well. So now you get a quick buff for 3 turns, 20% B4 damage. Important. And it does a lot of damage. And you get a lot of stars. Even on base, it's 15 stars. So most likely after an MP Brave Chain turn, even if it's not a full quick chain, you're going to be looking at some heavy stars. Especially if you have this active and this is available next turn and whatnot. So he can be pretty consistent. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. He can be pretty consistent. My problem with him is, though, is that he's a 1-star. So, I don't know, man. It's a shame. It's a shame. With, like, a new Regend, he could just do a lot of... Like, you're looking at a crit DPS. But if your crit DPS is gonna be a 1-star, you're still not gonna look for amazing numbers. But I have to say, with Scotty, even with these 1-star numbers, Mans can actually crit hard with his quicks. No joke, he can actually do damage. But it's just don't expect miracles, okay? Even with a Scotty on your lineup. I would probably place him in like C+. He's workable. But he's not the best choice, even on this list right here. But he's pretty consistent, I'll give him that. Not a bad servant. And I love him as a character too, so... He's fun. Scotty is probably needed though, if you're gonna run him. But thank God for the free support pick, right? Now, we got... Is it Matahari? Yes, it is. Oh boy. Dude, now we get to see some launch servant shenanigans. Oh boy. She's like... Is her MP arts? It is, okay. But she's still basically a quick assassin. She's like a 1-star shooten that doesn't really do much damage. That's kind of what she's at. Yeah. Matahari, huh? Yeah, these are some... This is like prime launch stuff right here. Oh yeah. Oh nice. Alright, now skills. Wow, that is bad. It's clairvoyance with a different name. It's bad. It's bad. This should be like 100%. It still wouldn't be broken. This should be 100%. Or add something else. This is just a bad skill. 30% up. Then rank 10. No one's ever gonna level this to rank 10 anyway. But even at rank 10, it's only 30% star generation for 3 turns. It's not gonna make her suddenly generate a lot of stars. Not at all. You can see a handful of more stars maybe. But yeah, it's a bad skill. Now, this is why I was calling her a 1-star shooten, because she does basically share the same skill, which is this one. You get your AoE charm chance, but instead of Shuten, who has a 60% base no matter what, you actually have to level this to 10 to get the 60%. So that's sad. And the defense scales to 20%. RNG, baby. RNG. Yeah, and keep in mind, this is even worse than Shuten because it's only male. So it's like... They really... Okay, yeah. It's only male. Like, Shuten can charm everyone, and it's always gonna be a 60% chance, even at rank 1, so... I don't know. It's not a particularly amazing skill. AoE charm can be good, but you really have to make it, like, you have to level it up to even get a decent chance at it. And it's a 6-turn cooldown because of the hard CC right here, so the defense down kind of suffers from it. It's not terrible, but just a not very good skill either. But you will see a pattern here. She tends to have a lot of defense down. Now, she much like Asterios, she was used quite a bit in like some setups for defense downs. We can go into the third skill. It's another 30% or 20% defense down for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. But this is only for one enemy. Keep that in mind. I think it should be 30%. Even with the skill seal, honestly, because it's a 6-turn cooldown. Torture technique tends to be 30% on a 5-turn cooldown. So I don't think you should tax it this much. But at least the skill seal is guaranteed minus debuff resistances, so... I don't know, MP seal would be better in most cases, but... You know, again, just not a great skill set, honestly. And then the MP. You thought we were down with defense down? No. And at least this is 60% because you have free MP5. And this works for everyone, not just males. But sadly, the debuffs of the attack and defense are only 1 turn. Like, this is not a good MP. This is a weak MP. It's just a weak MP. So what would you... Why would you pick her? You pick her for star generation and some debuffing? Utility? Because damage is not what you're gonna get out of her. You're not gonna get any damage out of her. I don't think I would honestly ever pick her. As savage as that sounds. The dog is going crazy as well. I just don't really see a reason why you pick her. Even in the olden times, much like with Asterios, they were picked in some setups. I think both have fallen a bit in terms of the setups. I think Matahari has fallen even more than Asterios. She's gonna be D, I think, or maybe even E. I don't know. She's not great though. But maybe, because it looks like they're eventually going to give everyone an animation update, and usually they always give them buffs as well. I'm really hopeful they're going to do something like a Benkei treatment, where they actually give her something. Give me some reason to pick her, okay? Just any reason. For now, I hardly see a reason to pick her over someone else. Alright, Mozart. Oh boy. Speaking of setups, now here is a setup servant that actually still works to this day. Sure, not the most amazing thing out there, but just very consistent at what he does. Even after like 5+ years, he can still do work. We got Mr. Support Caster out. Yeah, he's definitely a support. And a full arts caster deck at that. And of course, you got the day 1 numbers, which is not good. But if he gets like overkill arts crits, yeah, he's actually gonna gain some MP, I suppose. It's not all hopeless. It's a big MP gain number he has. Now let's just talk about the skills. That's basically why we're even here. Yeah, Mozart. Skills would make him the first and the third one, namely. And the first one is a party-wide arts buff for 1 turn. Up to 44%. No joke in that number, actually. That's basically a free arts mana burst for your DPS. But yeah, because it's 1 turn, it is definitely a setup thing. In most cases, you're only gonna get 1 use out of this in the fights. I'd be surprised in most cases if you would get more than 1 use. Now, the second skill is pretty useless. This is one of the worst skills in the entire game. Even at rank B, it's still bad. Rank 10 gives you 18% servant MP damage down for 1 turn. This is not gonna save anyone from an MP. In most cases, it's not gonna do anything. It's basically, okay, think of it like this. You're trapped. You're like cornered. There's a guy. He has a gun. He normally holds a rocket launcher, but when you use this skill, he just has like a heavy machine gun. So pick your poison. You're gonna die anyway, but at least you won't be blown to giblets. That's what this skill is about. It's just gonna be filled with holes instead. And then the third skill, the other skill that really makes him a great setup servant. Guaranteed crits for a turn. Now that is a star bomb. That is a star bomb right there. Guaranteed crits. Just bam, done. For that turn, full crits. A combination of these can really make some arch servants smile a lot, so yeah, it's good. Again, in most cases you only get 1 use out of this though, but for those setups, it's nice. And in particular, you want setup servants to be cheap as well, so him being a 1-star actually makes a whole lot more sense than him being like a 5-star, because they're so cheap to just bam, throw him in the party. Easy. This helps, I guess, but it's not that big of a deal for his playstyle. And then his MP could actually come into play on some setups as well, if you run, like, depending on your seed choices and whatnot. It could come into play. Sadly, the debuffs are not guaranteed, but there are high chance. You can get some attack and defense down. The curse is negligible, of course. It's not going to do much, but yeah, you can get some additional defense down as well. But in most cases, you're just going to be using these two, not the MP. But it could be used. He's great. I do like me some Mozart. I might place him here, honestly. I don't think he's like a god tier setup servant, but he's really good. Like, he's really good. He can absolutely make some setups work really well. Just a fantastic servant. Absolutely great with plug suit as well, of course. I'm gonna leave him an A+ for now. Maybe I'll shift later, but he's just amazing. He's just very good. I guess now we have the latest 1-star servant. We got Nobukatsu. A limited at that, right? He's limited, yeah. He was only in the FP gacha for the duration of Gouda 5, right? So he's a very interesting case. I don't even know if I can assume MP1 or MP5 at this point, because he's an FP unit. He's not like a gacha unit like Mori or Okada or something. He's an FP unit, so I don't know. But anyway, he's a Nobu support archer. He can be a support for others as well, but let's be real. Why would you pick him if you're not gonna pick him with Nobus? He's not gonna do much compared to some other supports if you're not running Nobus with him. Now, let's look at the support skills he has. So a single target confusion on enemy with a 30% chance to skill seal. So even with 3 turns, you might not even get this. You might never even get the skill, so it might just fade away after 3 turns, because there's only a 3% chance to activate every turn, so keep that in mind. But honestly, it has the other effect, which is a lot better, which is buster resistance down for that enemy for 3 turns on 30%. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Just a high cooldown though. I wish this was 5 turns, but I mean, when you think of the MP that Nobukatsu has, then again, does it make a difference if the MP has a long cooldown? In a lot of cases, probably not. So interesting skill, let's just say that. Second skill, you get stars per turn, and quite a lot of stars per turn actually, if you actually put in some levels into this. 15. That is a lot. That is definitely on the high side of star generation, or stars per turn, rather. Now, the other stuff. Party damage. But it's only, or party crit damage, but it's only 20%, because the gimmick is there's 2 additional buffs, but they only apply to Nobus. So if you're gonna run him with non-Nobus, you're only gonna looking at a 20% buster, or not buster, crit damage up for 3 turns. But if you're running him with Nobus, oh my, 100% crit damage combined for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. And then they also get 3000%. Like, especially for Archer, the Archer is gonna get every star will go to Archer cards. But even with someone like Maonobu, who's an Avenger, will still get a lot of stars from this every turn. But especially the Archer would just get every star. Berserker and Avenger would also get a good amount of stars. So yeah, with Nobus, this is an insane skill. Borderline broken. But with others, it's still good because of the huge amount of stars you get. But it's not amazing. Now, third skill. It's a taunt, which makes sense when you think of the when you have this effect as well. So this is a good combination. Self MP gain up when attacked. It's a pretty rare thing to see on like skills and whatnot, but there it is. Matches with the 1-turn duration of the taunt, up to 50%. So yeah, you'll be getting a lot of MP when you get hit with this taunt. Yeah. And if you happen to die, you also heal the party. But you probably don't want to die via this. You probably want to die via the MP instead. But if you do, you know, there's a bit of... It's like a consolation prize instead of getting to MP. And it lasts for 5 turns, so it's good because it actually overlaps. Instead, it laps the cooldown, so you kind of always have this up as a fail-safe, so it's okay. Goes with his playstyle, I suppose. Magic Res D helps, I suppose, for supports. Independent Action C, not much because he's not going to be doing the damage anyway. And then the really interesting MP. It is a party battery up to 20%. Not for himself though, but a party battery nonetheless. This goes for everyone. Now, there's more Nobu buffs again. Buster for all Nobu allies by 20% for 3 turns. So you already get the 100% crit damage. I also get Buster up. And you die. It's another sacrifice, much like with Arash earlier. He dies. But this, the OC is also good because it applies to everyone. It's still, sadly, it's only 10%, but they can't make it too big because then the Nobus would just become even more broken. So yeah, it's honestly, I think the game plan is normally you kind of want to keep him alive as long as you can and just keep buffing your Nobu or 2 Nobus. I would probably still run him with 1 Nobu and another support. Like, let's say you run him, Merlin, and Archer Nobu. Yeah, I think that's all the damage you need. So in most cases, you kind of want to keep him alive because this is still a great skill with a short cooldown, which can make the Nobu live for long. But if you're about to die, then you probably want to go off and just use this and say, let's go, there's your last hurrah. Yeah, I noticed that, Osikim. People told me to check his Bonsi as well. So let's see. He gets a, all the Nobu allies get evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. When he's defeated. That's actually I think that's absolutely usable. Okay, interesting. So if you really want him to die fast, then you pick this for a fast buff and go. That's not bad. That's a cool Bonsi, honestly. Now, I did say that I will rate servants based on what they do the best, but in the 4-star tier list, because there was like, at some point I can't like fully commit to that. Let's say because we had stuff like BB, who's a moon cancer, who really is god tier when you fight rulers, right? But not so god tier against everyone else. Now again, this is another case where with Nobukatsu, he's god tier with Nobus, but with others, he's not amazing. He's not bad. But yeah, not rulers. Fuck, Avengers, dude. I need more sleep. Okay, I've been talking nonstop already. Yeah, Avengers. Yeah, fuck. The other way around for that, actually. Yeah, but can I really rate him just based on being a Nobu support? How many Nobus there? There's 3, right? Yeah, there's Archer, Berserker, and Maonobu. 2 of them being limited, 1 of them being a welfare that is kind of limited in that sense. It's hard to say. If I purely rate him as a Nobu support, I think he would be at least an A. He has he can make a Nobu shine, like absolutely. I think that is a kind of a fair point, Raiketsu, where you said you wouldn't pick him outside of Nobu teams, and I honestly kind of agree. Because someone like BB from the early example, you could pick BB even outside of Avengers. She would still do a decent job at a lot of stuff. But Nobukatsu in particular, I don't think I would ever pick him. Even with the 15 stars per turn, I don't think I would pick him if I'm not running a Nobu DPS. So maybe in this rare scenario, I will actually just fully commit to placing him based on being a Nobu support. I might just do that, yeah. Yo, guy, you know, thanks for the 10 months. So I will be placing him in A or A+, I think. And if someone looks at this list on hindsight and didn't listen to at all what I said, this might look absolutely crazy. But if the way I'm rating him is purely a Nobu support, I think it's pretty fair. I think it's pretty fair. He just makes a Nobu a killing machine. And if someone wants to call the list crazy, then go ahead. Alright, this is the last 1-star, I think. Yeah, we got Sparty. Definitely not ending with the weakest, though. In fact, one of the better 1-stars, if not the best. No, not the best. Arash is probably the best, but okay. We got Sparty. So we had Paul Bunyan earlier. They have basically the same roles. AoE, Buster, Berserker. Most commonly just used for farming, but they do farming really well. He has the same, or the normal, full triple Buster deck, which, you know, makes sense. MP gain is somewhat irrelevant. Not gonna have a great MP gain no matter what, but it's fine. His first skill, in most cases, won't make a difference. I like that it was buffed, you know, again, early game decisions, like why? What's the point? He's just gonna increase the healing. Interesting. In most cases, doesn't make a difference, though. Then the second skill, which does make a difference. Guts is nice, I suppose, if you have to survive a bit, but it has a battery that scales up to 30%. This is the difference between Paul Bunyan and Spartacus. Paul Bunyan gives your team some utility, so depending on your available CEs and supports and whatnot, one of them will be better than the other, but for most people, Spartacus will be the better pick, just because of this battery making the farm easier. Unless, again, you're like doped up with K-scopes and Merlins and waivers and whatnot. So, but in most cases, Spartacus will be the better choice. And the third skill is nice because it's just a mana burst. I guess they wanted to slap a heal on him, it as well, to make it unique to him. But it's basically a mana burst. A bit weaker than a normal mana burst. It's usually 50% base, but 40%, nothing to scoff at. Makes his MP that much better in damage, and he actually has Madness Enhancement EX, which is really nice. Another permanent 12% buster. Big. Much like him and his MP. Big. And his MP, of course, has been buffed as well. Both in damage and I guess healing as well. So yeah. Also ignores defense buffs. In most farm, that doesn't make a difference, but could make a difference. It's nice to have. It's just a bonus. Just a pretty decently hitting MP. Like, he's a 1-star and his MP can still do good damage. It can still do like 40, 50k with minimal efforts, honestly. Not bad at all. I would rate Spartacus at an A or an A+. Maybe A+, honestly. I don't think he's as good as Arash because of the sacrifice being such a huge bonus. I still love that the game calls it the merit. It's definitely a merit. But yeah, I think I might leave him here though. I think I'm gonna put him above Yasum because he's easier to enable. Yeah. He's just so easy to work around with. He's obviously not a looper, but you just need him to MP once anyway, right? So, yeah. He's just solid. Even if you have a lot of 5 stars and 4 stars, you can absolutely use him in a lot of stuff just to, you know, make your party cost cheaper. So, he's good. To this day, he's a great farmer. Oh boy, 2 stars. Not a whole lot of them either, but here we go. And we're starting with Benkei. I actually love Benkei though. He's awesome. Do love him though. So we got Mr. 2-star Lancer, who's a tank. Yeah, tank is his primary role, all things considered. He has an arts MP, a utility MP, And he can do an arch chain with his MP. It's not going to be the greatest arch chain you've ever seen, but it is doable. So overall, not too pleased with this deck, honestly. I don't know what the deck would even look like if I wanted to make one myself, but yeah. I don't think the deck really matters too much for him, though. He does have a decent chunk of HP, though, which is good, considering he's supposed to be a tank. So 9k HP on a 2-star is not too shabby. Now, his skills. Oh boy, his skills. Fun times. So the first one is a skill seal for one enemy for 1 turn. And the chance is the only thing that scales. It's a 5-turn cooldown. That is a sad, sad skill. Just a very sad skill. Just makes you cry. Just absolutely terrible. Second skill is what makes him a tank. Sadly, it's just a 1-turn taunt though, but he does get a massive defense buff to go with it, so he's not gonna die on his taunt turn. But it's a 5-turn cooldown, so he's not gonna be an amazing tank. He's not gonna be an amazing tank, because he only taunts once per 5 turns. So it's kind of sad. But, you know, he can do some tanking. And then the third skill. Now, this one is at least AoE. But it's not, it's chance-based again. And this one doesn't even scale to 100%. Like what? 8-turn cooldown. 8-turn cooldown. How? What justifies that being 8 turns? This should be 4 turns and 100% chance. It still would be okay. It still wouldn't even be broken. Oh my god. It is so obnoxiously bad. Yeah, skills, he gets like a solid E+ rating, I would say, overall. Magic Resist is actually nice to have some, because he is a tank, so debuff resistance will always be good. And then his MP used to be absolute garbo, but now it's a bit less garbo, but still pretty garbo. The stun chance remains the same. Sadly, I was hoping this was gonna go up 100% too, but oh well, 80%, you know, you can still land. They upped the curse damage as well, but most importantly, they gave him something. He now has an AoE buff removal, and his MP doesn't even do damage, so it doesn't even matter if it's before or after damage, because there is no damage. So now he has something. I think he's still terrible, as much as I love him, but now he has something. He's probably here, just because his skills are still absolute garbage. They're garbage. But he's not E anymore. He's not E anymore. Just because he has AoE buff removal on MP. That has no cooldown, keep in mind. So that's the only reason he's not bottom tier. But his skills are still absolute garbage. They really need to give him more. But maybe when they... Well, he already got the animation update, so I don't know. I'm still hoping they're gonna buff his skills as well. Now, Blackbeard. I guess I can close the 1-star tab as well. Blackbeard. More pirates. So we go from 1-star to 2-star. He's not quick, unlike Bart was. Instead, he's Buster AoE. So he's definitely more on the DPS side. This is what I was kind of hoping they do with Bart. As in, what I was saying, they should commit to one thing. Do they want him to be like a support, or do they want him to be a DPS? Because as is, he's kind of half and half. Blackbeard does have some support utility, but he's definitely more committed on the DPS side. So yeah, absolutely a DPS. In terms of his deck, he can do a Buster Brave Chen with his MP, which is nice. So I kind of like his deck, actually. This is a pretty standard deck for a lot of riders anyway, so... At least the DPS kind, so... It's okay. His MP gain... It's not terrible, but... Don't expect miracles. I think I'm gonna say that a lot today, but... Oh well. Voyager of the Storm is back. Now, it's not A+ like Bard was, but... A+ was 17%, so you're losing 1%, so... It's not a huge difference to begin with.
Ishtar best goddess.
Wow. Okay, I see. Hey Ishtar, thanks for the 2 months though. Fair enough. Welcome back to the Go again. So yeah, this is just... It's like a weak mana burst, I guess. But it is AoE. So it has some value. Now, He's one of the only servants in the game who has an unlimited guts. Well, not unlimited, but never expiring, I should say. Unlimited sounds like he's gonna, you know, revive like 100 times. So you activate this turn 1 pretty much every single time, because then you can get 2 guts out of him. Because it's only a 5-turn cooldown. This will never expire unless it's triggered or removed. So yeah, you basically pop this turn 1 no matter what. It does come at a demerit with 50% debuff resistance down for 3 turns. It can be annoying, but it's not the end of the world, I would say. And you also get a pretty decent attack buff. It's a 3-turn, 27% attack buff. This is not a bad skill, actually. It looks basic as hell, and it does have a sizable demerit, but this is not a bad skill. It's an okay skill, actually. Yo, Indomie, thanks for the 6 months, my dude. Saying Arash best cut as I see what's happening here. Hey, welcome back to the Gao Gang, and enjoy the 4-star badge. Gao. Oh, is this a theme now?
Karma is best, goddess plebs need not argue.
Well, I guess we have a lot of different opinions, huh? Thanks for the 3-month skip, or 4-month skip, it's 3-month streak. Welcome back as well. Okay. Third skill. Yeah, his, I can't say that word because I'm gonna get banned from Twitch, but you know what word I'm looking for. So, party heal, but also gives a double heal for females. Or feminine looking. I love that term, by the way. It's nice. You have to be female or just look like a female and you get a double heal from him. Man of taste right here. Man of taste. So it's not a great skill though, in case that wasn't obvious. It's a 6-turn cooldown. It should be a 4-turn cooldown or something. It's not great. Magic resist E, because why not? And then his MP was buffed, which is nice. It does decent damage after the buff, and you get you get 10 stars as a bonus. And then this OC is like, what? They upped it from 30% base to 40% AoE drain chance. Is so awkward. It is so awkward. But if you're gonna use him in farming, this should not matter anyway. It is an awkward OC. Chance-based drains are one of the worst violations in this game, in my opinion. It is AoE, yes, but that doesn't make it any less awkward. Instead, excuse me. Instead, it arguably makes it more awkward, because if you want to drain multiple enemies in one turn, that's gonna be harder. Is that a hoodie? Yes. I don't know where I'm gonna place Blackbeard, honestly. I think he's a decent AoE rider DPS. So who else do we have for that? We got Alexander, Columbus on this list in particular. Red hair. Okay. Medusa. Yeah, I don't know. Again, you might say it's unfair to compare them to 3 stars. I don't think so. Because you're gonna get MP5s at the 3 stars at some point anyway. Even if it's not like right at the start. Sleazy, thanks for gifting another sub, man. I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna place him in like... Is he gonna be the same tier as Bard or 1 above? Maybe he's 1 above. I really don't know. It's hard to say. He's not unworkable, but he's just not great. I think I might place him at C. It looks weird because the way I talked about Bard and him as the start, but I think I'm gonna place him in the same tier. Yeah, because you can still run Bard as a DPS. God, again, it sounds worse than what it is. I don't have Rona, believe me, please. Yeah. Yo, Chemist, thanks for gifting a sub as well, my dude. I guess he can do... You know what? Just because of, like, the MP buff, I might place him here. Okay, fair enough. He could definitely do more damage. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Just ever so slightly above him, I think. Oh, man. Now I have to be unbiased, huh? Now I have to be unbiased. It's Grand Zerk. Caligula. Oh boy. Love to see his deck full busters, because he's definitely a buster DPS despite having an arts utility MP. I'm gonna die. Not because I'm gonna die because of a signal, because I'm gonna die because I'm so annoyed. Okay, let me clear my throat. I'm gonna mute my mic. Maybe that helps. I don't know. So yeah, he's a buster DPS. Definitely a buster DPS. And his skills really affect that. 3-turn attack up 30% on a 5-turn cooldown. Pretty good. And a demerit of 10% defense down for 3 turns. Let's be real. In most cases, this doesn't really matter, because he's kinda weak anyway. He only has 7.3k HP. So I wouldn't be surprised if one crit just ends his life. So it's not a bad demerit. It's a pretty minor one. Wait, did they fix the MC skills for NA, Frodo? Nice if they did. Second skill, Imperial Privilege. This can actually make a huge difference in both his damage and survivability. Like, if you get this defense buff, he can actually take hits. You might, it might sound crazy, but believe you me when I say that. He can actually take some hits. I have used him quite a bit after all, and I've noticed that. It's a big defense buff, so if you land both of these, you're looking pretty golden. And the heal can also help, because his third skill also comes with a HP demerit. Speaking of his third skill, it's interesting. You get a mana burst with a demerit, but if you notice, it has a 3-turn cooldown. So in fact, this is just so much better than a mana burst. Like, you trade 2 turns for 500 HP that cannot even kill you. This is like so much better. Like, this for 2 turns is such a good trade-off. It's such a good trade-off. Like, this is like 3 times better than a mana burst. It's still not a game-breaking skill, but it is nice. It does mean that he can actually get some good DPS turns. He doesn't have that much downtime. Like, even here, 2 turns of downtime, 2 turns if you land these, 2 turns here as well. Like, yeah, his downtime isn't even that big. He's looking pretty okay. And then this is a nice passive, of course. Now we gotta talk about his MP. Sadly, in most cases, his MP is gonna be pretty irrelevant, but they did buff him very recently with his animation update. So it used to be like an amazing stall MP. Now it also comes with some defense down, so you can actually use it, even if you have a Brave Chain. This is amazing for stall, though. You get 3%, or not 3%, 3 turns of Skill Seal, and if you land this, 3 turns of MP Seal. I don't think a lot of people realize how huge that is. 3 turns of MP Seal, that is insane. That is actually insane. That means they won't get a tick for 3 turns. Natural ticks. They can still get ticks from like Golden Rule, but they can't use their MP regardless, even if they max ticks. But yeah, it has to land, and it's sadly a 70% base. I wish it was like this. I don't know why this starts at 100% for skill seal at MP1 and then goes up to 150%. If they were the other way around, this would be like such an insanely consistent MP. The defense down is nice though. It's 30% for 3 turns on AoE. Pretty good. Man. I think he's really only... He has a very simple skill set, but I think his biggest drawback is his numbers. He has 2-star numbers. If this guy was 5 stars, he would be really good. He can still hit very hard. I'm not gonna discount. I've seen it myself. I've done it myself. I don't think he should be discounted. But because he doesn't have a damage, I still kind of wish he had a damaging MP. I'm gonna place him in B though. Even with face cards alone, he still has very good potential. But he's not the most consistent when it comes to, you know, being a huge damage dealer, because he's lacking a damaging MP. But he can be really good, even as a 2-star. Oh my god, of course. Here we go. Here we go. Chen Gong. Oh boy. Arguably the most influential low star in the history of the game. I don't think it's unfair to say that. I think of all the 1 to 3 stars, he is the most influential. He's the most game-changing. And that says a lot, because there's so many ones out there that are also pretty game-changing. But he might be the most game-changing. So, AoE Arts DPS caster that also enables some insane farming strategies. Like, so many different strategies. Like, Mance has no limits to his potential. Numbers are already pretty okay. It's not bad at all. As for his skills, you get a targeted taunt and also a AoE crit chance down, which scales up to 30% for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So if you're actually running him like a non-farm setup, this could actually help quite a bit. Not bad at all. But in farm, this will be pretty much kinda irrelevant. It could help as well. Granted, the enemies live for some turns. If you want to eliminate some more people, it can of course help in that sense. But in most farming, it won't really have a big effect, if at all. Second skill, it's the waiver skill. Sadly a lower rank, but the battery is still the same because it's always a flat 10, and that's pretty much what you care about the most in this skill. You still get a lot of defense and damage cut though for 3 turns. Don't discount that. Even at B++, it's still a huge amount of, you know, mitigation. So if you need the mitigation again, it will be a good amount of mitigation. But at least you have the battery for farming as well, which is nice. Applies to himself too. Then you got the mini Merlin, or the Berserker Merlin hero creation, I guess. You can give a 50% buster buff for anyone. But if it's a Berserker, they also get 100% crit chance, or crit damage. Yeah, crit chance. Good joke. And 3000 max HP for 1 turn. So it's basically a hero creation for Berserkers. That's what it is. But at least it's usable on non-Berserkers as well for a fat mana burst. 5-turn cooldown. It's kind of sad, but in most cases you only need one anyway. You can't use it on himself because he has an Arts MP, but it can be useful in some setups. And he has a lot of them, so yeah. Arts buff is nice for his MP and MP gains. And then debuff success rate doesn't really matter too much. I guess it makes so that this is now more than 100% chance to land that. But it's not a huge difference. It's probably a lore thing. Now his MP. This is the game changer. This is the game changer. Oh my god. Not only does it already deal a... because it's a sacrifice MP, so it gets a huge bonus modifier. So it does a lot of damage. Even on neutral as a 2-star, he can wipe a neutral wave on his own. Especially if you run KRC. Like, look at this. If you have the KRC, you get a bonus of 450% damage just from that C alone. It's nuts. So OC scales really well with him. OCCEs, OC... just OCing MPs in general. So, yeah. And then, instead of killing himself, he kills another ally. Now, this is so actually even better than killing himself, because it opens up so many more strategies. It's like, I'm not even going to start talking about team comms and whatnot here, but if you've seen, like, there's so many videos of these crazy Chen Gong strategies. No 5-star, 4-star, 3-star ones. No one else can do this. He's the only one that can do this right now. And that alone is insane. It's just, he's an absolute 100% game changer. There is not a single argument to be made to be putting him outside of EX. He's just nuts. Just nuts. Yeah, he should have his own tier, probably. Alright. Now, continuing with some of my favorites, we got Cursed Arm. Single target, quick assassin. With a full triple quick deck. With decent hit counts as well. Remember when I was talking about Regent earlier not being the greatest star generator? Cursed Arm is definitely a better star generator. No questions about it. But how does he fare otherwise? Let's take a look. Skills. He used to have maybe just a slightly better version of Instinct, but it was buffed and now it's actually really nice. So basically every other turn, like you have 4 turns. Turns 1 and 2 you get 15 stars, and turns 3 and 4 you get nothing. But again, then the next 2 turns you get 15 stars. So half the time, more or less, well, actually exactly half the time, you will get 15 stars per turn on max rank, 4-turn cooldown. Solid skill. Not amazing or anything, but a pretty damn solid skill. Just very nice. Delayed stars. This is kind of an awkward skill. Sure, he is a DPS himself, but I am not sure if the crit was the way to go. I was kind of hoping to see like a quick buff or something, but you know, early game is early game, so he gets a self mod. It's still a decent chunk of crit damage, so he can be a crit DPS because of this. But yeah, it's just a bit basic, but it's a good crit skill, I would say, regardless. And because he can generate stars easily, it does get some value because of that, of course. Hey Mordred, how you doing? Third skill. Really, really good. It's PFA, but it's protection from wind. So instead of defense up, you get star generation, which honestly, for him, I think is just better. Yeah, it's nuts. 3 attack evasion on a 5-turn cooldown that does not expire is nuts. It's really hard to get him killed. Like, he's gonna stay alive for a long time. Long time, and just keep generating stars and the occasional crits and the MP. So yeah, he's gonna be nice. His MP sadly hasn't been buffed. I hope they buff it at some point. Or maybe the self-mod, but maybe the MP needs a buff instead. It still does a good chunk of damage, but it's just a bad MP. Let's be real, it's a bad MP. There's no other normal effects. It's just the usual quick modifier for single target, and the OC is insta-kill, so... It's a terrible MP. Needless to say, it's a terrible MP for a single target DPS, but it still does a good chunk of damage. Not amazing, but a good chunk of damage. And enables more quick chains as well. Quick resist down from MP would be nice. I agree, yeah, that could be cool. But still, despite not having an amazing MP, his normal kit is just has so good synergy, and it's some really good skills here. Somewhat basic, but good skills. And because his star generation is so good, I have to give him some credit here. I think he's at least a B+, if not A, honestly. He's just a very solid single target assassin. And I hope I'm not being too biased here, because I do like him quite a bit. He's just that good. I can absolutely think of scenarios where you would pick him. For sure. And you don't even have to run him as solo DPS, not at all. In fact, I do believe he actually fares better in a situation where you have 2 assassins and a support. And maybe the other assassin is not a star generation heavy. I think that is probably his best scenario. Yeah. He's good. Everyone's favorite next. It's Eric-chan. Bloodaxe Kun. Alright. 2-star AoE Buster Berserker. Mr. Who, yeah. Absolutely. And a servant that doesn't work with necromancy, I can pretty safely say. He always fails. That's not gonna make a huge difference in the rating though, but I should mention that. So yeah, we're looking at some year 1 numbers again, or launch numbers. Not great, just, you know, you're very standard, just boring triple buster stuff right here with the same numbers you always see, so not really anything to say about them. Skills. They actually, again, buffs like these would never happen these days, where you have a pretty basic skill and they just buff it a little more. It's so weird. Like, these are some really early buffs. These buffs would never happen. But it is kind of nice though. It's the weird part is that his attack, single target attack and defense down, they last for 2 turns. Not 1, not 3, but 2 turns. It's so weird. But at least it's now better, because it used to be 50% on the defense. Now it goes up to 30%. Is it still like... Is it the same or better or worse than like a torture technique, which is not a great skill anyway? I don't know. Depends, I guess, on the scenario, if you need the attack down as well. Just a weird skill. Not that great. Guts. Basically one... Well, he has 2 survival skills, but... Maybe 3 if you count the attack down here as well, but this is like the main one, I suppose. It's just the basic guts. 1 time, 4 turns, 7 turn cooldown. Not much to say about it. I would prefer if he had like a dodger invo, I think, but oh well. 3rd skill, remove zone debuffs. Now this is not a disengage that heals. Instead, it increases his max HP for 3 turns. So arguably it's better than a disengage. But let's be real, disengage is not even a great skill to begin with. So, and I think disengage is on a 5 turn cooldown max rank, so maybe it's not even better. I do prefer max HP in most cases to healing. Healing can be better, but in most cases I think max HP will be better. So, is it better or the same as disengage? Who knows? But even in whatever case, it's not the most amazing skill anyway. Just not a great skill set, let's be real. Mat enhancement B is nice though. And then his MP. Hasn't been buffed either. But he does have a nice OC. It's like Lancelot. He gets an attack buff before damage. And it starts from 30%, so that's okay. That's cool. Because he certainly, minus the defense down here, it doesn't really have any other buffs for his damage. And then he does 1,000 damage to himself. He can actually die from this. That's the funny part. He can actually die from this. And it's not even that rare, especially if you're running like gut stuff. I don't know. Eric is like, would you ever pick Eric? I don't think so. Like, I think even Paul Bunyan is so much better. Is Eric like here or here? I don't know. He's a weird servant, man. He's a weird, just bad game design. I just don't really see a reason to pick him. He is pickable, but I think I would just pick someone else instead. Yeah. Not as bad as Matahari or Benkei. I also have to do the I think he's there as well because, again, would I ever pick him? I think Benkei at least has a reason to be picked if you really need like buff removal and a minor tank at the job. There is a reason to pick him sometimes. Same for Matahari. You can still do some defense down setups. Eric, the reason he's here in the same tier is not because of those reasons. He can do some damage, but his problem is that I don't really see myself picking him. Really. He's not hopeless. I'm not going to place him in E because he still has some damage potential, but I just don't really see a reason to ever pick him. So, yeah. Right. Newer servants. We got Gareth. Little small Gareth. For quick MP animation. But even Bunyan has still like 3 times faster MP than he does. Yeah. So we got a Lancer tank, right? Single target buster MP. But kind of a tank. She's like split between tank and DPS, I think. Kind of both. Can do some deeps, but probably mostly looking at from a tank perspective. So can also do a full buster chain with the MP, which is nice for the damage potential. Otherwise, you have 2 quick cards with 4 hits each. Not too bad, I suppose. So this is like your standard Lancer deck. So pretty middle of the road. Not too shabby. Skills. Has a basic guts, much like Eric. I think this is a worse rank though, but a guts on a tank definitely has some value. Absolutely. So it's an okay defensive option. More so than on many other archetypes. 7 turns is way too long. It's not when you think about it, because you gotta realize how guts works, right? It has to be like a 3 or 4 turn between the number of turns, because a lot of people use guts wrong. Hey, this is a mini rant. A lot of people pop guts on like the turn the enemy is about to MP, where you basically on the turn where you need the revive, you need to count ahead to maximize your guts. Like you see an enemy, like an archer enemy, AoE MP incoming, Emiya, you're fighting Emiya. He has a 3-tick MP, right, because he's an archer. You're gonna pop this on turn 1. And then it's still gonna be there when he MPs. And then it's effectively a 4-turn cooldown. You see what I mean? So it cannot be really that much lower. Otherwise you will get too many guts. Because healing is also a thing after the guts revives. You gotta keep that in mind. So yeah, you gotta plan with some guts if you want to get the most out of them. So it's a standard guts. It's not terrible, but it's not amazing. Next skill is your own unique skill, I suppose. I think, the third one is also unique, but this is one of them. So it's a small self battery for up to 20%. And then you have the other really interesting... Now, this is a very complicated effect, actually. You increase your own attack for one attack for 5 turns when you take damage by an enemy for 3 turns. Okay, now what this means is that this effect lasts for 3 turns. So in that 3 turns, whenever you take damage, this happens. Now, the way this works is also something that a lot of people don't realize. I actually confirmed it myself because I wasn't sure how it worked either. It says it increases your attack for 1 attack 5 turns. Now, you can have multiple of these buffs. Like, let's say you do a taunt, which is the next skill. You get a hit 3 times. Then you get hit 3 times the next turn as well, in a good scenario. So you will have 6 of these attack buffs, right? You have 6 of these buffs. But it doesn't work like every attack will consume 1. No, they will all be consumed the moment you do your next attack. So it's like a huge nuke. It's not a consistent buff, it's a nuke. Even if you have 6 of these buffs, the next time you attack, it's going to consume all of them for that one attack. So that's how it works. I hope I managed to explain it, but it's a doozy. And yeah, here's the taunt that goes really well with this, of course. Sadly, it's a 1-turn taunt. So this is basically what it's like, a split between the taunt of Leonidas and George, where it does give you a defense buff, but it's not 3 turns defense buff, and it's not 3 turns taunt like George. But you get the Leonidas effect also of the MP generation, but it's not as big as Leonidas because you have both of these effects. So it's like a middle of the road thing. But it's nice. The MP gain is actually nice because you do want to get that. You want to be able to MP after you gain some of these buffs, because your MP can actually hit a lot harder. Because remember, all of these will be consumed on the next attack, which can be your MP. So the MP gain helps in that sense. So yeah, pretty good synergy on the skills, I would say. Magic Resist is always nice on tanks, and Riding B is actually decent because she has 2 of those 4-hitter quick cards. It's not bad. Then the MP. You get a Invul Pierce for 1 turn, so pretty much no one is going to escape the damage, which is nice. And then, not the most amount of damage, your standard Buster modifier. And then, sadly, the defense down for 3 turns is after the damage. But this can still do, like I said, a lot of damage, depending on how your turns go leading up to it with this. You can get so much attack buffs on that MP, so yeah. So that's why she's like a mix between a DPS and a tank. Gareth. I think Gareth should be in like B or something. I kind of wish she was more committed to one of the roles, like being more, much like with Bart, being like a more fully tank or a full DPS. Maybe I can see B plus though. I do like the synergy on the skills though, yeah. Maybe B plus might be fair. I think she could use a buff though. She's not terrible though, absolutely not. Not terrible, but could maybe use a buff. Maybe give her, maybe make the guts stackable or something. Or make the taunt 3 turns. That could help a lot. Something like that. She's pretty interesting though. Speaking of tanks, here's the next one. A character most people are definitely more familiar with. It's Mr. George. Single target arts, DPS, but definitely a tank. Tank first and foremost. I actually kind of like his deck as well. Maybe a triple arts deck would be the best. Maybe. But it's an okay deck regardless. So, not bad. His MP gain is not even terrible. It's not amazing, but it's workable at least. But of course, supports can help. But even then, his MP in a lot of it's just irrelevant anyway. You're just gonna pick him for tanking. He's just gonna be a sponge taking hits, and he does a pretty good job at that, even as a 2-star. So the first skill, this is his bread and butter. This is what makes him as good as he is. 3-turn taunt self. 3-turn defense up by up to 40%, despite not having an amazingly big HP pool due to being 2 stars. With this, yeah, he can still take a lot of hits, especially if you're fighting like casters. He's not going to take any damage, and you can still use him as a neutral tank. But especially against casters, he's immortal. He's immortal, basically. 5-turn cooldown is also very nice. This is an excellent tank skill, just really good. Yeah, probably should be max ranked, mostly because of the cooldown, because you want that uptime. Then he's gonna be an even better tank. Second skill, you get mental debuff resistance up to 100%. You know, it's nice for tanks, I suppose. Make sure they can use their skills and whatnot if needed. If anything, it's more used for the heal. It's a decent heal. Nothing crazy, but again, plays into his tank playstyle, so it's okay. And yeah, what Frodo's, it's good to note that he still has the highest HP of the 2-star servants, which is very nice. And then he also has a guts. He has a better rank than Gareth though, so he gets a bit more HP on the revive, which is nice. Magic Res A is huge. Permanent 20% buster res, or not buster, debuff res. And Riding B, because he has 2 quick cards, it's okay, but they're still low hits, so it's not going to make a huge difference, but you know, it's there. And then his MP, his special MP, makes the enemy a dragon for 3 turns, activates before damage, and does some damage. But honestly, I think in a lot of cases, this is the reason you want to use it, because you get more defense for 1 turn. You preferably want to use this when you have your taunt up, so you're going to be even more durable. Just with this alone and his own, he's gonna get to 60% defense up. Just alone, let alone your supports and like Mashu and Wave or whatever you can throw. It's pretty nuts. He can be so tanky. Like, who cares about numbers if you're gonna take 0 damage anyway? It's pretty nuts. And of course, I have to mention his Bansi. It's really good, especially for solo setups. I'm not rating him placed on, solo setups, but you can actually pick this on a tank George as well, even outside of a level 1. So when and if he eventually does perish, the party gets a 1-hit invul and a very sizable 1000 damage cut for 3 turns. So helps even after he's dead. Yeah, I would probably still pick a defensive C on him, like a Kirei one or Karen one or something. Make him like, just get his defense up as much as you can. But that's still very good, Bansi, absolutely. Man, he's great. Dude, I don't know. I'm gonna place him like here. I don't even know. Is he EX? I don't know. It's hard to say. He's good. He's really good. He's just an excellent tank. Is he EX though? I don't know. I might leave him in A+. I don't know. Okay, I might leave him in A+ for now, and maybe later, depending on how this list develops, bump him up. Yeah. I'll put him here for now. Yeah. Well, now is a servant that I honestly wouldn't even need to talk about, but you know what? I don't need to talk about him. Whatever. Fucking Hans, dude. He's so good! Now that the buff is also in it, like, oh my god, he's just so good. He's stupidly good. He's so good. He's much better than many gold supports. Like, what the hell? He's an amazing support in so many, especially if you're running crit DPS. Like, oh my god, just nuts. The buff they gave to his 3rd skill was like, it went to moon and beyond. God damn. Yeah, he's absolutely better than Miyu. No offense to anyone who likes Miyu. He's just so much better. Yeah, I don't even need to. We could just skip ahead. I want to complete this list anyway. Hans is nuts. You can look up videos about it if you don't believe me. Or try him out yourself. Absolutely 10 your Hans if you haven't. Worth every lore. Alright, we're still keeping up with the tanks though. They were all kind of like right next to each other. So we got Leonidas, the next one. Maybe not as good as George, but still a pretty good tank, honestly. Man, animation update when though? That is the real question. Animation update when? And hopefully a buff with that as well. So yeah, Lancer, tank, with a Buster MP, despite not having a damaging MP. It's still a Buster MP though. Gotta keep that in mind. His deck is interesting. I guess he can do a Buster Chain, but again, don't expect him to do a lot of damage. So even if you can do a Buster Chain, he's not really there for damage. He's definitely there to buff your team and soak some hits, which he does an okay job of. So there's the taunts. Again, skill 1. Sadly, only 1 turn versus George's 3 turns. But he does get a lot of MP gain. Like, this is only second to Mashu, I believe, in terms of MP gains. And this is 3 turns. Like, it's insane. Even with his low hit counts, he's gonna be getting a lot of MP. Which is nice, because his MP does help him tank quite a bit. Definitely. So it's still a good skill for him in particular, considering what his MP is like. Second skill also has a vanilla guts. I think it's literally the same as Georgios, so you know, decent for a tank, not bad at all. Third skill is not that bad. It's just super basic. You get a party 3-turn buster up to 25% on a 5-turn cooldown, so the downtime is not that big. Can be nice. But I was maybe hoping to see a bit more tanking skills. Yeah. They could buff this skill or his MP to include more tanky stuff, I think. Oh well. But overall, his kit is fine. Just very basic. Magic Resist is nice. And then the MP. The scaling effect for the MP levels is actually stars. So you always basically will get 25 stars, which is, you know, you're halfway just to guaranteed crits just from using this MP. Just from pressing this one little button, you're halfway to guaranteed crits. And then this OC is really nice. It actually makes him a much better tank. Now he gets a 3-turn taunt, and now he gets a 3-turn defense up. So it's very nice. You probably will need to aid him a bit. I don't think he's going to be able to live in all cases with just a 30% base defense buff, with all these taunts and the guts. But, you know, you're probably going to run one support in his lineup anyway. In a lot of these tank lineups, you tend to run tank, support, main DPS. So I don't think he's really an exception. So you can run someone like let's say Hans. He can heal him. He can maybe give him an occasional defense buff as well. So something like that could work. Or Mashu always will be a nice fit with Leonidas too. It's just, you know, food for thought. That's just a way more defensive oriented setup. But it's really good for protecting your DPS. Now, I will place Leonidas in... Is he going to be in the same tier as Gareth? I wonder. Or is he going to be higher? I don't know, actually. I think he might be in the same tier. Or is he higher? Man. He's definitely below George. I don't think that's the question. I guess they had a better idea of what they wanted to do with him. Because Gareth is still kind of half and half. He's definitely a tank at heart. So, yeah. You basically know what you're getting into when you pick him, so... Fair enough. The tanks are doing pretty well, though, I'm not gonna lie. They're looking pretty good. They are doing pretty good. Not many 2-stars to go. We got Paris next. Paris-kun? And yes, it's a boy. Single target, quick archer, right? Yes, sir. I've used Paris a few times, but not a whole lot. Deck is looking pretty good, though. Can do a full quick chain as well with the MP. Good numbers. Of course, MP gain number will suffer a bit, but I think overall it's pretty good. Not that bad at all. And I think once we get going here, I think Paris' biggest problem again is just 2-star stats. I don't think Paris is that bad at all, looking at like all the stuff we're gonna see here. It's just kind of suffering from the 2-star stats. Anyway, we got an interesting unique dodge. You don't get a 1-turn dodge, you get a 1-attack 1-turn dodge. So it's basically Yasun all over again, which is kind of sad to see. But you do get some other stuff as well. You do get crit chance down on one enemy for 1 turn, 30%. Can make a difference. I wish it was 3 turns, but you know. But you have buff removal. Buff removal is very strong. Even if it's single target, it is very strong on a skill. That is good. That makes the skill already pretty nice. And if you just so happen to remove buffs, you inflict a special debuff on them for 3 turns, which you'll see why later. But yeah, it's a pretty okay skill, no matter what. Second skill is basically the skill you have on Orion as well, I suppose. You get that 1 turn attack, pretty decent, and 20% defense up for 3 turns on a 5 turn cooldown, not too shabby, and some debuff resistance. It's overall a basic but solid skill. Not too bad at all. Just a solid skill. And then the third skill, self battery, 20% much like Gareth, and a small self heal. 5 turn cooldown. 5 turn cooldown on battery is not bad though, even if it's a small one. So again, overall, I would say the skills are pretty good. That's a lot of stuff for a 2-star servant, honestly. You wish it was 30%? Yeah. Magic Resby is okay, because definitely a boss killer, so this will come into play. And this is good. More DPS is always nice. Crits, baby. MP. Ignore Invul. Nice. You got the usual quick modifier, and then this is where the debuff comes into play. You get a good chunk of extra damage if you remove debuffs, and this is nice because this lasts for 3 turns. So even if, let's say, an enemy uses like a big attack buff or a dodge or an invul or something, and you can't MP that turn, but you want to remove it anyway, right? This lasts for 3 turns, so you still have time to get your MP for the nice bonus damage. So it's pretty good. Pretty good. Now, yeah, a lot of people do call him like 2-star Robin Hood. Robin, in most cases, is a bit easier to enable for bonus damage, so. And I would probably pick Robin more often than not anyway. But I don't think Paris is bad. Again, just mostly suffers from 2-star stats, honestly. Excuse me. Yeah. And Robin is in this list too. I think Paris is like a B or a B+, honestly. I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe a B+. Still a pretty good kid, honestly. Still a pretty good kid. But because we have so many good single target archers on this list, I think B+ is where he ends up. Because there's a lot of good ones here. I don't think I can place him higher because of that. There's certainly no shortage of those. Good Shota. Actually, he's kind of nice. I agree. Oh my god, it's finally here. It's Phantom. God damn it. Buffed not too long ago, but how good is he still? I don't know about that. So, AoE Arts Assassin with a full quick deck, huh? That is certainly already pretty awkward, to say the least. His MP gain is okay, actually, all things considered, but I don't like his deck. I wish he was like double arts at least. Or maybe even triple arts. But at least double. Wow, let's take a look at some amazing skills. Innocent Monster D. So I believe this was actually identical to the one Hans had before his buff. I think that was D rank as well, correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, you get 9 stars every turn for 3 turns. But you get minus 14% defense for 3 turns on a 5 turn cooldown. That is such an outdated ass skill. Just an outdated skill. So bad. So bad. Second song, or not song, I read the name. Second skill, which is a song. Now, it used to be terrible. Now it actually has more use. So it used to be only charm for female enemies and I guess Canis as well. A 90% chance. But now, 7 turn cooldown. Now they took down the cooldown to 6 turns. And now you can charm anyone. And it's buff removal. So now this is a great skill. I would actually call this a great skill. But does one's great skill make a servant good? Probably not. Probably not. Third skill. Oh boy. You get mental debuff success rate up. And mental debuff resistance. Yeah, okay. I guess this makes it that on base the charm is actually guaranteed. So it has use, but it's mental pollution, mental corruption, whatever you want to call it. It's just a bad skill. Like, it's too weak. It's too weak. They need to buff these skills as well. They're way too weak. They need more stuff in them. I guess this does something now that he has a triple quick deck, but oh well. MP has been buffed, so it does an okay amount of damage. Ignores defense buff. And then for some reason he has a 6-turn debuff resistance down. 50% base. It's actually a pretty decent OC, but it's a kind of a weird one. I don't know, man. Dude, Phantom, he has a lot of problems still. And one hit. Man, one hit. He can't even loop. He can't even loop. Even Castoria doesn't help him too much. That's the sad part. Castoria made like every arts DPS so much better. I mean, of course Castoria is still a good pick with him, but it just doesn't help too much. I think he's the... Just because of the buff again. If this charm buff wasn't here, he's probably here, but he's here. Single target buff removal, pretty much a guaranteed charm. It's something, but he's still pretty much bottom tier. Sadly. Just needs more. A lot more. Needs a lot of help. Now we get a really, really interesting servant. I was actually thinking about what I'm gonna say about Salome before I started the stream today, because she's a really tricky one. So we have Salome, single target arts berserker, right? Single target, yes. So she's a really weird servant. She can do a full arch chain actually, which is really, really rare for a berserker. Not that many can do that, so that is an interesting thing. So she does have a decent MP gain potential as a berserker. Definitely higher than most. So there's that. Show her fate? No. Now, she has a lot of unique stuff in her kit. This is the first skill. So you get 20% attack for 3 turns. Self. 5-turn cooldown. Meh. And then you get lawful good damage for 3 turns. Up to 50%. Now, this is awkward. Because the enemy has to be both lawful and good. It's not either or. It's both. If you're not lawful and good, you don't get the bonus damage. So it's making it somewhat niche. It's not like Bunyan where her OC actually gives you bonus damage against chaotic and against evil. You have to be both in this case, so it's kind of annoying. Second skill is actually a pretty strong defensive skill, I'm not gonna lie. You get a 1-hit invul, 3 turns, 5-turn cooldown. You get 20% defense up for 3 turns, and 1-time debuff immune for 3 turns. Not bad at all. It's a nice, solid package. It's not game-breaking, but it's a solid package. But, even despite having 3 defensive effects here, her third skill might still make it pretty awkward. So here we go. This is what makes her such a headache. Oh my god. So yeah, you heal every turn for 7 turns on a 7-turn cooldown. That's pretty basic. But then you have this thing. So you get a timed debuff that is count as a buff. So that means they really want to make sure you cannot remove it. You cannot remove it. It's basically a demerit that you cannot remove, and it's really annoying actually, because at the end of every turn, or at the start of every turn, you remove 1 defense buff from yourself, and it's always the latest one. So you're gonna remove this at some point, you're gonna remove this at some point, you might remove something else you get from supports. Like, it's a pretty damn annoying demerit. For 7 turns, 1 defense buff at the start of every turn goes out the window. So annoying. But there is a huge payout. If you have the skill at 10, after those 7 turns, your whole party, not just her, your whole party gets up to 100% MP gauge. So there is like a huge payout. But it's like so awkward because you have to keep her alive. She's trying to die at the same time. So good luck. She's a 2-star berserker. It's gonna be hard, but maybe you'll be able to do it. Madness Enhancement C doesn't do much for her with 2 busters. Then the MP itself, it's pretty basic. You do damage, inflict curse, but she does have evil curse that does actually scale And the base rate is actually higher than in most cases. Usually it starts from like 100%. So there are some really weird niche setups where you can actually do curse stacking. I've seen that. It's definitely not a great option, but it is doable. In fact, I firmly believe that her potential lies in elsewhere. It doesn't lie in curse stacking, where actually, well, it's a part of it. Because in my opinion, her potential is looping. Okay, hear me out here. This is what I thought of a way to make her an interesting servant. So, you're going to pick her. You start the battle. You have 2 supports. She's going to be your main DPS on a boss fight against one boss. You have 2 supports which that give gauge. So you're going to do normal face carding, trying to keep her alive, face carding, no MPs whatsoever. Then on turn 5, well, of course, activate this turn 1. On turn 5, you MP with her. Best case scenario, you have your 2 arts cards, you loop. You loop. Turn 6, you MP again because you looped. Turn 7, you're going to MP again because you're going to get gauge from your supports. And turn 8, you're going to MP again because everyone gets MP from this. You can potentially get 4 MPs in a row. It's an interesting way to do it. And that way you can also stack this so your dots can also do damage. It is a really interesting case, but it's just so inconsistent because she's trying to die every turn and she has the stats of a 2-star. So good luck making that consistent because it's not going to be consistent. But the pay, again, she has a big payout, but it's just too risky in my opinion. She's a really weird servant. I really need to lab her more though. I haven't given her enough attention. I think she's going to be in like C. Potential is there, but just a bit too awkward and inconsistent. Weird servant, honestly. Very weird. Alright, now let's go back to some basic ones, because we got Sanson next. Also, I forgot at the start of the stream, but another reminder for subs to vote for Sub Saturday, of course. Games picked at the end of today's stream. So we got Sanson, launch servant again, single target buster assassin with a full quick deck. Slightly awkward if you will, but meh. Now his MP gain is bad. It's not good. It's not good. He definitely needs support. But again, because of his deck, the choice of support is somewhat awkward. Scotty's not going to be that amazing because of a buster MP. Merlin is not going to be that amazing because of a triple quick deck, so waiver question mark. So it does make options a bit awkward. Now his skills are real damn sad. This is the only good skill I feel like. You get 3 turns of anti-evil damage on a 5-turn cooldown, so most of the turns you should have this active. Scales up to 60%, so if you are fighting evil alignment, you will feel that bonus damage, for sure. Second skill, which has been buffed, is a single target heal that also removes debuffs on a 5-turn cooldown. I kind of wish this was like 4 turns. It's okay. Mostly because of the debuff removal. Just not amazing. Just so basic. I see that paid skill, by the way. And then the third skill is the most sad skill in the entire game. Oh, it's so sad. So many people didn't even know how this skill worked. So a lot of people still don't know how this skill works. You get anti-human damage for 3 turns. On a 5-turn cooldown. So it's basically the same, but with a different effect. It's so sad. It's so sad. Okay, hear me out. Human is not the same as humanoid. Almost every single servant in this game is a humanoid. But I think like almost 0 servants are human. So it's gonna be mostly against servants that are like those bodyguards in Lost Belt 3 or Roman soldiers or something like. It's just bad. It's like so useless. Make this humanoid. Make my boy execute servants, please. Okay, sad. This is okay, I guess, because of this, but it's a low rank anyway. Buffed MP. That's a good chunk of damage, especially against evil. And then insta-kill is awful, but this is really nice. 30% defense down. 3 turns. Not bad at all. Sadly after damage, but it's a free torture technique. Let's be real. That's not bad. This death chance is pretty useless though. Yeah. Man, Sanson, man, oh man. I think he's like here. I don't think he's as bad as these guys. But man, is he a sad little boy. Can I put him in the same tier as Charlotte? Maybe I can. I don't know. Oh, it's hard to say. Maybe he is here. I don't know. It's just... Man, I really want them to buff Sanson again. Also hasn't had an animation update, so fingers crossed when you know, animation update happens. Yeah, maybe he is here. Man, he's sad. He's just sad. Not useless, but just very sad. Alright, then we got last 2-star. Then we tackled the beast of 3 stars. We got Shakespeare. AoE Buster Caster, right? Yeah. Slightly awkward on the deck because of that. Has the usual caster deck, but a Buster MP. His MP gain is, it's passable. Also, having a full arch deck obviously means you get to participate in more arch chains, so that helps. So he's like half DPS, half support. He's like a Buster Caster Gilgamesh, I guess. Maybe. A 2-star version. So you do have this, the party-wide mana burst. Slightly nerfed, of course, because it's party-wide, I assume, but yeah. Can work for himself, can work for someone else. It's a decent survival skill. You get that 1-turn invul and a small heal. The standard 6-turn cooldown. Not much to say about it, just very standard. And then the 3rd skill, which does help quite a bit. You get a targeted 20% battery. And this is always 20%, no matter what the rank. So you can absolutely leave this at rank 1. Because despite this scaling okay, it's only a 1-turn crit star generation buff. So, yeah. You always get that battery anyway. It would be kind of nice if this was targetable, yeah. Territory creation, I guess, you know. It's something else with his deck. MP has been buffed. Does some damage, but man, the OC is just so sad. Base 40. It used to be 30%. It's still sad at 40% though. But I guess it's AoE, so maybe you can get 1 or 2 stunts. Who knows, but it's just kind of sad. Shakespeare is really hard to place in my opinion. I don't think he's mainly supposed to be placed as a DPS. Yeah, not really. He's like a... I don't know. He's like a... He can be a farmer slash support at the same time. He's not bad. But... Is he like here maybe? The battery is nice, and also the mana burst, the party-wide mana burst. I just don't think it's quite there yet though. Could use a buff too, honestly. I think I'll leave him at B+. Maybe an A later, who knows, I don't know. But I think I'm gonna leave him at B+. Oh boy, here we go. The 3 stars. Starting with Alexander. AoE Quick Rider. Now I will actually comment a bit about the stats at least. So if you have over 7k, you're pretty decent. A lot of them have under 7k, so 7.3k is already, I think it's above average, so that's not too bad. Quick MP, so can do a quick chain with this deck. I might honestly would have liked to have seen either double buster, double quick, or triple quick, but it's the standard rider deck, I suppose, in a lot of ways, so MP gain is definitely not amazing though. Base charisma, just very underwhelming in this day and age, but I don't think charisma is truly ever terrible, but just pretty underwhelming. His charm was also buffed. They love buffing charms. This one also has buff removal, much like Phantom. This one cannot charm everything, but let's be real, a humanoid charm is already basically everything. So it's like almost every servant in the game, so yeah. And this one actually goes to 100%, unlike Phantom's, which was 90%. Same cooldown, was it? Was Phantom's 1 turn lower? I don't know, but it's okay. Not bad. It's not bad. 3rd skill, the party, quick up for 3 turns, 20%, 12-turn cooldown. Basic, but not bad. Just basic, but you know, pretty okay. Magic Res D is okay. Riding A+ is great. Divinity Plus never hurts. And then the MP, which has been buffed, does a lot of damage. Does a good chunk of damage, especially because he has 2 things that affect his own damage. Well, 3 if you count this. MP damage, that is. And you get a chunk of stars as well. Not bad. Chances are it might be a quick chain with the MP anyway, him or with someone else, so the next turn is looking pretty critical, if you know what I mean. I think he's basic, but he's still fine. It's not bad at all. I think he's like maybe here or here. B for basic. I don't know. Not bad. He's not really an amazing farmer though, because he kind of lacks like batteries and whatnot, but... And he can't Scotty loop either or anything because his MP is one hit, so that's kind of out of the question. But he's a decent... You know, you can kind of do decent farm, and you can kind of do decent, you know, AoE boss clearing as well, so... Just overall, an alright servant. Ooh, then we got a big one. We got Asclepius, the latest 3-star caster, soon to be released in NA. Oh boy, here we go. Definitely a support, no matter what. A support caster, full arts, MP and everything, absolutely full arts. MP gain is actually okay. It's not bad. It's okay. Looking good. Skills. Now here we can see some less year 1 skills, because his skills are definitely better than a lot of the old ones. So you get a targeted heal, which is definitely one of the better targeted heals in the entire game. 5k max rank, and a good chunk of debuff resistance to the target for 3 turns. 5-turn cooldown. It's alright. It is alright. Yeah, this man single-handedly made Iris feel... Okay, let's be real. Iris feel was already in the coffin, but this man was the nails in that coffin. So, yeah, he is story locked, sadly. Second skill. MP seal that does scale up to 100%. That's very important. Very important. You don't want to miss your MP seals. They're very good. And then a bonus effect of party star generation for 3 turns. 6-turn cooldown. It's okay as well. Not too bad, but it's okay. And then the third skill. Ooh, 20% team battery. That is pretty good. Oh, it's MP generation. I said the wrong thing. Fuck. Yeah, this is a lot better, of course. Not star generation, MP generation. Yeah. It's what makes him what he is, basically. And with the addition of this. So yeah, 20% party battery is pretty huge, as we all know. And this kind of just power creeps Helena by just also adding a debuff removal for the entire party. No biggie, yeah. Just do that. Yeah. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. He gets a pretty nice rating from the skills alone. This is great. Does he even have deep? Oh yeah, I guess he has in that sense, but yeah, this is pretty irrelevant. Mostly irrelevant as a support, but that is MP. It's a nice supportive MP. Team White Guts 1 time 3 turns. Party debuff immune 1 time 3 turns. And heal every turn for 3 turns. 1k base OC. Like, even if you only have MP1, which I am actually kind of considering MP1 here because he's story locked. Even then, it's not too bad. But of course, MP5 is nice. Because then you can get going from the heals as well afterwards. Man, he is just nice. And also, in addition of being a solid support, he's actually someone you can use in looping as well, as in looping support. So he has kind of 2 roles that he can actually do somewhat well. He's just an all-round very good defensive support. Don't expect a lot of offense from him, but you can expect a lot of defense from him. So yeah, pretty nuts for a 3-star, let's be real. Let's be real, my dudes. I think he's in like at least an A, but probably A+. Because there's not even that many supports that have similar roles than him, like Media, Lily, Iris, Feel, maybe Mew, but I think he might be the best. I don't know. He's just really good. He might be EX as well. Again, we might shift some of these around later, but for now, I'll leave him here. I kind of prefer Hans in a lot of cases, though, I have to say. But I'm not going to discount Asclepius because he is that good. My man, Mr. Goled, Avicebron, another not year 1 servant, and it shows AoE Buster, so slightly awkward in the deck because he has the usual caster triple deck. MP gain about the same as Asclepius, I would say. Nothing too crazy, but can be okay. Sadly, his attack is on the low side, I have to note that, because he is a DPS. That has team utility, but he is mostly a DPS, so I would like to see a slightly better attack, but I think a lot of the... This is basically what all the AoE casters are kind of working with, I think, so I can't really be too upset. But compared to some of the other class, they have like way over 7k at 3 stars as well. Anyway, skills, you get your very basic Self, Buster, and Arts up for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown, 30%. It's alright, it's nothing crazy, it's just solid. Not bad. Second skill, you got your Rapid Words. Goes up to 80% basically, so yeah, easy MPs. Definitely makes him a very good farm servant, to say the least. I don't think anyone would argue about that. You can even do some setups. He's not like Nidocris where you can maybe do an MP and an MP again with like a K-scope. Depending on support you can, but Nidocris has it easier by having a Arts MP, but regardless, it is still doable, it's just not as easy. But in a lot of cases, 1 MP is enough anyway. Then the unique third skill, which has a very unique scaling as well. I don't think a lot of people actually even know this. So, you get an on-death buff for 5 turns, and when you are defeated, and if you still have that on-death buff up, your party gets invul hits for 3 turns and gets healed. Now, the way this is unique, as you can see, it's 2 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits all the way. But if you make it rank 10, it actually makes it a 3-hit invul. I believe this is unique. I don't think anyone else has scaling like this. And a lot of people don't even know this. It actually goes to 3 hits on rank 10. Otherwise, it's always going to be 2 hits on the other ranks. Now, that's some value for early lores right there. So yeah, it's a pretty good skill if you're gonna use him in like a challenging scenario. This won't be really relevant on farm though. This can work in a lot of setups though, of course, as well. It's a pretty good skill. Arts up is nice for the triple art stick, and this is nice, I guess, for... Wait, he doesn't even have debuffs, does he? The fuck? Wait a minute. Right, I guess, yeah, it's just lore. Yeah, okay. His MP was buffed, which is nice, because his MP, even with the first skill active, didn't used to do that much damage, but now it does way more, and because he is permanent, you're supposed to get MP 5 at some point anyway, so not bad. And now you also get MP damage before damage, so not only did the base damage go up, you also get that, base 20%, not too shabby. And your party gets a small but nifty 3-turn MP generation buff, which again in a lot of cases won't make a huge deal, but it's nice. So now his MP actually does some good, decent damage. I think he's still first and foremost mostly looking from a farm perspective, but he actually does have uses otherwise too, because of the third skill and whatnot. So I think he's like maybe here, maybe here. It's hard to say. He is pretty good. Maybe he's here. I don't think I can place him under B+, honestly, with the MP buff. I think he's here with the MP buff. He's just pretty solid. Somewhat basic, but solid. Oops. Oh, what the fuck did I press? I hit my keyboard. What was that? It like zoomed in on the side or something. Yeah, maybe he's A, honestly. Okay, for now, maybe we'll shuffle later. Alright. Call that biased if you will. Bedivere. Oh boy. Bedivere. Single target Buster Saber. Attack looking pretty good. Definitely on the high end of things for 3-star DPSs. Definitely on the high end. Deck can do a full Buster Chain. I was hoping to I would prefer a BB AAQ, like a double arts, but at least he can do a full Buster Chain, so the damage potential is okay. And I mean, let's be real, that's kind of what he's known for anyway, the damage. That was a voice crack and a half. MP gain is okay, not terrible. Tactics, terrible. Old as fuck and very outdated. It's like a bad version of Voyager of the Storm. And even Voyager, as we talked earlier, is not that good. 5-turn cooldown. They should really get to buffing all these. They've been buffing some, but there's still some looming around, so... And now that Caesar was buffed, so I think Bedivere could use a buff. Second skill. Self 30% battery at all ranks. Pretty good. Pretty good. Especially on a 6-turn cooldown. And then, I mean, mental debuff resistance for 3 turns, only scales up to 50%. It's, let's be real, it's for the battery. It's definitely for the battery. And then the third skill, this can be pretty good. Party defense up 30% for 1 turn. If you time this well with like Mashu defense ups and whatnot, you can actually absorb MPs as well. You don't even have to have like dodges or invulns or something. This can actually make a quite nifty difference if you just stack enough defense. And then party debuff resistance, I guess, helps with that one crucial turn where you really don't want to lose your buffs. Or get debuffed, rather. This is not debuff removal or buff removal resistance, but still. You don't want to get like defense down if you're going to stack defense. Magic Resist B helps because he's a boss killer, and Riding A is not too shabby because he does have those 2 cards. And then the MP, which was buffed, does a good chunk of damage. And his OC is pretty strong. He gets a 30, but he gets like a mini mana burst for free before damage. Now, this is the awkward case, because again, he is story locked, so most people don't actually have an MP5 Bedivere. So I'm probably gonna assume on the low side of around MP1. But even at MP1, he's absolutely usable. No worries. He can still do a good chunk of damage after the MP buff, especially. He's basic but solid. I think he would be on A. Or maybe B+. Mostly because of Caesar's buff. I think he would be higher if Caesar wasn't buffed. I just think, because again, I think the main thing for Bedivere was his damage. And now that there's someone else in the same category that is a free MP5 that does way more damage, yeah, I don't know. It's a shame. They could buff him again, though. Buff his tactics. Give him something cool. He's still good, though. Maybe he's here because of story lock, yeah. Maybe here if MP5. Caesar has bad MP gain, but everyone has access to a Scotty. You realize that though, right? You gotta realize that. I'll leave him at A for now. Alright, Billy. Billy boy. More single target archers. The first of the 3 stars, I think. Yeah. Alright, single target quick nuker. Is that the word I want to use? Maybe. Attack, a bit on the lower side, under 7k, but not terrible. Can do a full quick chain with his MP. I kind of would prefer if he had a double bust or double quick or triple quick, but it is what it is. He's also definitely crit oriented, so having a more busters could help in better critical brave chains. But not too bad. MP gain is pretty bad though from what I remember using him. But, you know, he has that one skill that helps a lot, so it's not the end of the world. And of course, a free support pick helps a lot. Like, you're definitely gonna pick Scotty with him no matter what. Because he's quick and he's crit. Speaking of crit, first skill. Very basic, but it's interesting because you get up to 120% crit damage for that 1 turn. He has big downtime, but man, when he has his actives up, yeah, he can do some big boy numbers. But on his downtime, he's kind of sad, honestly. He's just kind of sad. Just doesn't do much. He doesn't generate a lot of stars. He doesn't MP gain too much. Yeah, but his highs are really high, though. Anyway, second skill. Yeah, this helps a lot with the MP gain because you get a 50% battery. 6-turn cooldown is pretty good as well. But yeah, it's still quite a bit of downtime, but it's nice. And then the third skill. Of course, he has to have the dodge that also has crit damage, so even more crit damage. This one is 3 turns. 1 turn evasion. You have a defensive option. Always nice. And then more crit damage on the passive. And more quick on the passive. He has like the perfect passives for him, let's be real. And then his MP. Also buffed, does a lot of damage and ignores evasion, which is nice. A good bonus effect to have. This is good. The OC is good because he's definitely picked against bosses. So crit chance down for 3 turns, even if it's 20% base, can and will make a difference. So, yeah. Oh boy. Man, I still think Billy could use a buff, honestly. He's not bad though, but I think he could use a buff. He's just, his downtime is just a bit sad. But his highs are really high. And you pick a Scotty with him, you're still gonna be looking at some good numbers. I think he's like right here maybe. Because he's just capable of doing absolute insane damage. Just a bit sad on many other turns. Yeah, maybe yeah, give him like a they've been giving so many star bombs on buffs now. Just give his first skill like a star bomb. Then he could be much more consistent as well. Speaking of buffs, oh my, this is gonna be a tough one. We got Boudica, who recently got another buff and an animation update. She is in a really interesting position now. So we got a 3-star tank / support rider arts. She's a very unique case, let's just say that. So yeah, her attack is low, but that's fine. I would prefer my HP for her anyway, because she's more of a tank support, so yeah. Can do an arts chain with her MP, I suppose. Deck is fine. I don't really have problems with the deck. MP gain, not anything crazy, but not terrible. First skill used to be one of the worst skills in the entire game. If not the worst, was the biggest joke. But now they did buff it. This is not the latest buff, by the way. But yeah, okay. So now it's not just her own damage anymore against Romans. It's the party. It still sucks because you barely ever fight Romans. Roma is a thing, though. But aside from using Roma in her party, this is going to be mostly useless. But at least they had another effect. Party crit damage up for 3 turns. 50% on a 5-turn cooldown. Even for this alone, it's not that bad anymore. But the one problem is, though, she is a rider. You gotta keep that in mind. And riders tend to have the highest natural absorb. So even as a tank support, she will be hogging a lot of these stars. Unless you get a lot of stars. She herself won't be helping you with stars, though. So it is a bit annoying. But it's still a decent skill. Second skill used to be a basic guts, but this is the latest buff. It's actually pretty nice. So now it's a targetable guts that also increases the target's max HP. It's a pretty solid support skill. And they even buffed the, or reduced the cooldown rather. Yes, sir. It's very nice. 6th turn on a 5-turn lasting guts is pretty nice. Remember what I was talking about earlier when you want to time your guts? You can definitely get this at least twice on your target. Maybe even 3 times or more. So yeah, this is a nice skill now. And the 3rd skill, the only one that hasn't been buffed, but it was her best skill in the vanilla kit anyway. 3-turn party arts buff, 20% 5-turn cooldown, basic but solid. It's like, it's the same as Alexander, but with arts instead. So, it's okay. Passives, Magic Resist is okay, Riding A does something but not too much, and then the MP used to be really sad and then it was buffed, now it's a bit less sad but still not amazing. So you do get the MP5 for free, so you get that 20% defense up to 3 turns. It's okay. But now the OC is better, so for 1 turn you get 20% defense more, so the first turn you use this MP on, you get your party has 40% defense up. Not too shabby. And this one, the new effect they added, the attack buff lasts for 3 turns, 20% base. So it's like a budget Mashu, old Mashu MP when you think about it. Yeah. And that's kind of what she herself is as well. The reason she's not even picked that much, even now after this buff, because she's definitely okay now, is because she competes directly with Mashu. And we all know how good Mashu is. They're just so similar. And I don't think there's room for both of them in the same comp. At least not at the same time in the field. It's just so annoying. Like, Boudica is a tragedy because of that. It's kind of unfair against her when you think about it. But I do think she's in an okay spot now, though. Who would have guessed? You buff a servant 3 times, they start to look okay. Okay, I think she's here. Maybe here, actually, with the latest buff. She has uses, but and she is good, but like, man, it's because she's up against Mashu, man. It's so annoying. I feel bad for her. Maybe she's here, honestly. It's because everyone obviously has Mashu, so yeah. I guess the #1 reason to pick her is Roma support or something. Maybe. I don't know. Even then, you probably have better supports for Roma. She's still good. Absolutely pickable, but just has very tough competition. Alright, we're already here. Caesar. I was just talking about him. So yeah, Mr. Caesar. Slightly short on attack versus Bedivere, but still has a very nice attack stat. Let's be real. It's very close. Quick single target saber. Can do a full quick chain. And he actually has the double buster as well, so he can do some decent damage, crit damage buster chains. Or not buster chains, brave chains, there you go, words. Not too bad. His MP gain itself is not that good though. I'm sure everyone who's used him, his MP gain is not that good. But again, you're probably going to run him with like Scotty or something, so that helps quite a bit. And he's just going to bring damage to the table. Much like Bedivere has tactics, I think his is just like a rank better. It's still garbage. That doesn't make a difference. It's still bad. Charisma C, just basic, but not terrible. Just in this day and age, just a bit too basic. And then the third skill, which is unique to him. One ally gets 40% crit damage 3 turns and 100% star generation for 3 turns. There is a demerit that also reduces defense, but it's not the end of the world though, especially if you find lancers or something. Because more often than not, you're probably going to use this on himself. Yeah, 5 turn cooldown ain't too shabby. Decent skill. Passives, Magic Resist is nice, Writing B is great, Divinity B can be nice, and then the MP, oh boy, it used to be decent, but now it's like, what is this? Okay, I'm not even gonna start explaining the MP, but just expect so much damage. In fact, I firmly believe this is the hardest hitting MP in this entire goddamn list. It has to be. It is insane. It is even at full HP, you still do a lot of damage. Like, what the hell, man? Then when you get damaged, oh my god, he out damages some SSRs at MP1. Like, it's dumb. It's dumb. His damage potential is through the roof. It's ridiculous. His OC is still terrible because you only get 5 stars from base, but this damage is insane. You can go watch my Caesar is an absolutely broken video. It still holds to this day. I made it shortly after he got buffed and got the animation update. You can definitely see what kind of numbers he's capable of pulling off. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so this is mainly why I think Bedivere could also use a buff. You know what? Buff both of their tactics. Why not? So I would place him in like A+. He has to be above Bedivere now, though. He has to be. It's just insane damage. Let's be real. Just way too much damage with his MP. Just absolute bitch slappery with that MP. Literally, because he does the slap at the end of it now with the animation update. Musashi, who, yeah. Alright, Babbage also got another buff not too long ago with 5.5, I think. Yeah, still doesn't have an animation update though, right? Very low attack though, that is sad. Even as a caster, usually they have like 6.3, 6.4k, so even compared to them, he kind of has a bad attack, sadly, because he is a DPS, keep that in mind. AoE Buster, pretty sure. Yeah, AoE Buster can do a full Buster chain, which is nice, because he's also capable of doing some crits too. So I actually kind of like his deck being like it is instead of the traditional triple arts. MP gain is not that good though. His first skill, speaking of MP gain, you get 3 turns of 30%, up to 30% MP gain on self, and Star Absorb, which was this is what I was talking about. I'm starting like hell. So he can do some crits because of this at least. And not this. It's the last one, I think. Anyway, this has been buffed as well. So it's now a 3-turn attack buff, which is actually really good. Like, look at this. 40% attack up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown and self-invul. Like, not only is 1 turn invul and 1 turn evades normally 6 turns, 5 turns are the really good ones, but then you have a really strong attack buff. Like, this is an insane skill. It looks basic as hell, but this is a really strong skill. Sadly, his attack is still not amazing, so the attack buff is not groundbreaking, but effect-wise, this is an amazing skill. Slightly awkward that these are on the same skill though, but it is a very good skill, regardless. Third skill, the latest one to be buffed. Now, here we go, more crits. It used to be Absolute Garbo. You can only get 25% MP damage, and then burns. Now, you still only get 25% MP damage, but it's now 3 turns, which is nice. Maybe not, in a lot of cases you only get 1 use out of it though in that duration, but maybe you can get more than 1. But now you also get, yeah, you can have a really big crit turn, up to 100% crit damage, which does match with this 1 turn thing here. You still get the burns, but you also get a fat star bomb. Huge. So he's kind of self-sufficient for that 1 crit turn, which is nice. Big bomb. Good skill now. Used to be terrible, now good. I guess this helps with his MP. Doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, speaking of his MP, it has been buffed as well. Good, decent damage, especially with all this shit active. And defense down for 3 turns, 10% after damage. It's pretty bad. Not that good. But he's good. He's just a solid caster. Solid DPS. I think he's gonna be... So I placed Avicebron in A. I think he's like B+. Maybe he's in the same tier after the latest buff. I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe he's here though. Because Avicebron has... he has his 3rd unique skill as well, which can make or break a challenge quest as well. It's hard to say. I think Babbage is actually a good servant though. I think he's sort of underrated, but then again, his new buff hasn't even been live that long, so maybe I'm talking too early, but... I think his raw damage potential is better, so I'm going to place it here. It's just that the reason I'm going to place it in the same tier is Avicebron also has that nice team utility, I think. So after all those buffs, the latest one included, that can give him that really good crit turn, I'm going to place him here. This might look crazy to some people, but I firmly believe he's actually a pretty solid DPS now. Alright, Columbus. Everyone's favorite evil servant. Maybe not. Yeah, I guess this ends up being a long list anyway, copy. Anyway, Columbus. AoE Buster Rider. Sadly story locked though, so yeah. That's gonna be annoyance. 6.5k attack. Definitely on the low side, especially for a Rider DPS, so that's kind of sad. His deck is fine though. I like the deck. And his MP can is not too bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. That's the case for most 3 stars, honestly. I don't think there's really that many exceptional ones. Voyager of the Storm returns. Again, just a very meh skill. Something. He too has a battery with the guts. Much like many other servants so far. The guts is not as good though. The guts definitely got a nerf, but at least he got a sizable battery to go with it, so... meh, it's okay. Helps with the farm, definitely. Helps with the farm. Buster up for 3 turns, 20%, and an okay star bomb to boot. 6 turn cooldown. It's alright. Not too bad. Pretty decent skill. Magic Resist D is okay. Riding B is not really that relevant. And then the MP was also buffed. So honestly, even if you only have MP1, which a lot of people do if they have him because he's story locked, it's not bad, especially if you have like these skills active. And then his OC is actually nuts. This is not good for farming because it's not really relevant there. But dude, again, if you're actually running him against bosses, this is insane. 3 turns of critical chance down on all enemies on a base of 50%. Like, that is crazy. That is actually really good. That is top tier when it comes to crit chance down. Absolutely nuts. So if you're not running him as farm and actually running him with bosses, then you can get some real good value out of that. Oh boy. I guess he can be picked both on farming and some, challenging content. So he does have some merit. I think he's at least a B+, even with MP1. Despite being like he's story lock, right? So he's not bad at all. If he was MP5, he might be here. I don't know. But I think I'm going to place him here. He's just pretty fine. Santa Maria Durapuanca. Oh, more story locks. Caster. Oh boy. Caster might get some love very soon, if you know what I mean. And hopefully he does. I really hope that's the case. Because now he kind of falls short to some of these. Anyway, attack is probably higher than most AoE casters, so that's okay. Buster AoE, so having a triple arch stick is slightly awkward. MP gain is not... It's just around average again, I would say. You got your day 1 numbers, but at least the gain number is good to make up for that. Not much to say, honestly. This is a great skill after the buff. Not a lot of people realize, but it actually has a battery after the buff. So 50% crit damage up for self. 3 turns. Debuff resistance up 50% for self. And a 30% battery. All on a 5 turn cooldown. This is a great skill. Very strong. Super nice. Second skill, you got your PFA. What's there not to love? It's amazing. It's just a very good defensive skill. This basically covers him. So and that's also a reason why I'm sad he has disengaged, because this is not needed. This is certainly not needed. I wish he had like a buster buff or something to help with support damage, because he doesn't need this. You have supports, you have this. This is not needed. Disengage is just very weak and outdated. Territory Creation B is nice with his deck, and Divinity B helps with face cards. MP has been buffed. It used to be a goddamn wet noodle, like not much damage at all, because nothing here helps with his MP. So now it has more damage, and you get a buster buff for 3 turns, activates before damage, which is nice. The OC is still bad though. Defense down, after damage, not good scaling, and a 10-turn burn. Like, yeah, it's not gonna make a difference, is it? I think he's gonna get another buff very soon, an animation update. They're probably gonna buff this if I had to guess. Yeah. Up until then, he's gonna be B, I think. Still pretty good. Can do a lot of work, but just I wish he had more damage. I wish he had more damage. Not bad though. And I wish he wasn't story locked. For you guys' sake. Alright, of course, because this is alphabetical, we have to do them all. I mean, do I have to? Let's be real. Why the fuck did they buff him again? Like, why? Okay, I don't understand. Okay, this is ridiculous. Okay, I'm just gonna cover the new buff. Like, what the hell? Why would you buff him again? Why would you buff him again? Okay, so this is the buff. It's dumb. He just gets more damage. I think this was the weakest of the Stay Night buffs, but all of the Stay Night buffs were not even needed. They were all very good regardless, so yeah. Dude, he's ridiculous. What the hell, man? Disengage C is the only part that sucks for him. Everything else is like, what? I have to do it. I have to. It's just... Why did they buff him again? I don't get it. Dude, and then next we have to do Proto-Ku. It's gonna be so sad comparing them. Oh, it's so sad. I remember in the early days when Ku didn't have his MP buff, let alone the Guts buff, people compared them. Now you can't do it. You can't compare them. Not to say that Proto-Ku is bad. He's not bad, but he does not compare to OG. Attack is okay. Not game-breaking, but okay. Can do a full quick chain with his MP. Single target quick, by the way. Deck is okay. MP gain is not okay. But it's fine. You're going to pick a support with him anyway. Probably Scotty, because he's a crit servant as well. As you can see here. 40% crit damage and some debuff resistance. It's a decent crit skill, so... yeah. Pair him with Scotty, get some stars, can do some damage. PFA is still here, as it should be on Ku. It's still as amazing as it has always been. Third skill, Beast Slayer, was buffed very early on, so you still get the big beast damage. Not the beast class, by the way, against like animals, basically. So it's not the most relevant thing in the world. And then you get Absorb, which does match this, so it's nice, because they're both 3 turns. Keep that in mind. He can actually do crits pretty consistently. The only downtime is 2 turns on them if you max them, so it's not bad. Magic Resist is nice, Divinity B is nice, and the MP... It's just so sad that they didn't buff. Why did they not buff both of their MPs? I don't get it. Because OG has a buffed MP. Why doesn't Proto-Ku have a buffed MP? Even Caster has a buffed MP, so it's just a sad MP. It's not a good MP. The base non-buffed modifier, defense down, small number after damage, and insta-kill is insta-kill, so... But he has some potential for crits. With Scotty, he can do some numbers, and he's still very hard to kill, so he's still good, but... He's like, I think he's here. I think both him and Caster could use a little bit more love. He's still a good servant. But it's impossible to compare him to the OG at this point. Maybe in the olden days before OG even had the MP buff, there could be some merit to comparisons, but right now it's no, you can't do it. Darius. AoE Buster Zerk. I don't even know what his most uses now, because they did buff him too, not too long ago. He's not really a farmer necessarily. I think he's supposed to be like in AoE boss fights more often than not, especially now after the buff. His attack is very high though, as you should expect from a berserker, so attack is looking good. So, you know, you got the gorilla deck, gorilla MP, so easy buster hits, I suppose. MP gain is not that good, obviously. Golden rule makes even less sense in that sense, because I mean, even with this, his MP gain is not going to be that good, but you know, it's there probably for lore reasons. Second skill, disengage. Love to see it. Not. It's just very outdated. Yeah. And then he used to have a basic guts, but at least it was buffed, so now he gets a really nice added effect. So also the cooldown went down, which is very good because it's a 5-turn guts, so now it has a 6-turn cooldown. That's good. And AoE Buster is down 20% 3 turns is pretty solid. It's not bad at all on a skill. On MPs it's pretty standard, but on skills it's pretty nice. Madness enhancement. I'm going mad as well because I can't speak. Madness enhancement B is also nice, of course. And the buff version of MP does a good chunk of damage, especially now that this is active after the buff, because that's the only thing he that's the only thing he had. He didn't used to have any other buffs for his own damage, but now he has that at least. The OC's again passable. I wish this was like before damage, but it's not a huge numbers anyway. Just a very basic MP, but at least it does good damage. So I don't know, what am I supposed to place him at? I don't think he's supposed to be a farmer first and foremost anymore. I think he's like supposed to be an AoE DPS for your boss battles. You can pair him up with like, let's say like Waver and Mashu or something. Yeah, could be a comp. I don't think stars will help him too much because he has no absorb, but I think he's like maybe C+ or B? Maybe B. I think he's still kind of lacking though. I don't like his first and second skills. I don't think they really match too well. I think I could make the argument of putting him in the same level as Protoku and Caster, Yuri. Because you gotta keep in mind, he's also a Zerg, so he's like a multi-purpose guy. Which does add value a bit. And you're gonna support him anyway, so he's not gonna be the most vulnerable thing, and he also has a very good guts now, so yeah. I'll leave him at B for now though. But maybe B+ should be in order, I don't know. Alright. David Kun. Single target Buster Archer, but also a support-ish, like half DPS, half support. Has a full arts deck, interestingly enough. I guess they really wanted him to be a bit more on the support side, which, you know, honestly, I don't mind. He's not supposed to be a main DPS anyway. Well, maybe he is if you're doing the giant enemy thingy, but otherwise, he's probably not going to be your main DPS. Skills. Divine Protection of God can actually be good because you can, in a lot of cases you save Harp of Healing for like AoE MPs or even single target MPs, but depending on your party you could do some defense stacking as well as a way of, you know, surviving hard hitting stuff. So it's an okay skill at a 5-turn cooldown. Harp of Healing, of course, as mentioned, is I mean, honestly, even Harp of Healing is starting to be slightly outdated, but it's not bad. The reason it's still fine is because the evasion at least never expires. So in some cases you can actually carry it over for quite a while. And I guess mental debuff removal can be useful. The heal is pretty the heal pretty much never really makes a difference though. And your basic charisma for some added support, I suppose. Helps him too, because he has a DPS MP. Magic Rosé is great. Independent Action A, well, in some rare cases where he is your main DPS, it can be good, but otherwise it's not going to be amazing. But it helps, obviously it helps. MP has been buffed, which is nice, because now this probably should have been in from launch, because it's like the reason he became famous and whatnot. So yeah, he now has anti-giant damage. Keep in mind, there's two different kinds of traits for this. There's giant and super giant. So it's pretty messed up, right? Because you have stuff like the giant dragons that stomp, right? Those are not considered giant, I'm pretty sure. Those are considered super giant. So his MP doesn't do bonus damage. It's weird, but it's something. At least now it matches the lore. Skill Seal is okay for this utility. and ignore evasion never hurts. So it's a good MP now. It's a really nice MP. He's good. He's always been good, even before this MP buff, but now he's even better. I think David is like probably A. I still think they could give him another buff. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I could see another buff in the future for him with the animation update whenever it happens. But maybe he should be here though, yeah. Because you can, the thing is, he has so much use. Like, you can, like, not just against sabers, you can probably pick him in a lot of neutral scenarios as well. Yeah. You can probably keep him in a lot of neutral scenarios because of his supporting capabilities. Oh boy, here we go with the sad servant though. Diarmuid. Oh boy, whenever they do update him, I really hope he gets a buff. 6.8k attack, not too great. Can do a full quick chain with his single target quick MP though. But honestly, I think he should have had a full quick chain or quick deck, triple quick. Man, this guy is just a travesty all around, huh? MP gain is not good either. It's not good. Does not have PFA like Ku, instead has to settle for the 1 turn evasion on the base 6 turn cooldown, but at least you still get the defense. It's just not as good as PFA. Love spot, like, I get the idea. It can be useful, but like, because 50% AoE attack down is big, but it's only against females though. That's the annoying part. Most mobs in the game don't even have a gender, so it's mostly gonna be a thing against servants. So I don't know, man. It's an awkward skill. You probably never would pick him again. I mean, because he isn't that great, you're probably only gonna pick him against females anyway. So this should be usable at least when you do pick him, for what it's worth. And then, oh my god, it's not as bad as Clairvoyance, but it's bad regardless. 50% star generation for 3 turns and a 5. It's not as good as it looked. It's not good. God damn it. And yeah, this was 1 turn, right? Yeah, so it should be 3 turns. Come on, it's his thing. Make it 3 turns. Come on, man. Make him the anti-female god he was meant to be. These are some, yeah. This leaves you wanting more. Let's just say, Magic Risby is of course nice though, and buffed version of MP actually does a lot of damage. I'm sure everyone who has used Diarmuid actually notices his MP does a lot of damage, despite not having a single buff for himself for MP damage. His MP still does a good chunk of damage, and a lot of people don't realize his MP actually doesn't have insta-kill. But does he have any much better stuff? No, it's curse, so it's maybe slightly better than an insta-kill, but. And the buff removal, it's after damage. It's a great normal effect, a god tier normal effect on an MP, but it's after damage, so it's annoying. But it's still good, but annoying. God damn it, Diarmuid. When are they gonna give love to Diarmuid? He's like here. Yeah, he's like there, because of all the other options as well. He's here because he can do good damage and he can, you know, kind of fend for himself, you know, survivability, but that's it. That's it. Needs more love. Needs more love. Uriel. Oh my. Here we go. More single target archers. Single target. Archer. Attack is pretty okay. Can do an arch chain with MP. That's nice too. MP gain is actually not too bad on her. She even has a battery. So she's honestly looking fine in terms of the upstairs, as to, for the lack of better word. Skills. There's the battery. I hate these skills though because the drain is not guaranteed. It's so annoying, especially if you need it to land. But the battery is nice. But it's an awkward number, which is not nice. But it's okay overall. Siren Song, I mean, if you're not fighting males, it's completely useless. But if you are fighting males, it probably will come in handy. But honestly, in this day and age, a lot of bosses, and again, she's a boss killer, a lot of bosses just have like, you know, you can't stun them or charm them or whatever. So more often than not, even if you're fighting a male, you might be finding this skill useless. Third skill is nice though. This is really good. This allows her to actually get some, you know, stuff going. 3 turn self arts buff, 30% 5 turn cooldown. It's nice. It's basic, but it's nice. Magic Grace A is nice. Independent A plus is nice. And Goddess SSEX is really nice. She has a base 50% debuff resistance just from passives alone. That is insane. Like, that is just dumb. That is ridiculous. And then the MP, which was buffed. More damage. It's so funny that the MP levels don't scale the normal damage, which it happens in like 99% of these scenarios in DPS MPs. The base damage is actually always a 1200% flat. And the extra damage, instead of being in the OC, is actually the MP level effect. Which actually is better this way, when you think about it, because now you don't need to OC to get the max bonus, but it just looks weird. So yeah. And then you have a high chance to reduce attack. That works against everyone, but the bonus damage is only against male, and the charm is only against male. Like, she's god tier against males that can be charmed. Otherwise, you probably have way better options for single target archers, even on this list. She's like B plus or A still, I think. Because, let's be real. I think it's fair to say that you would probably only pick her against males. Pretty much. So we can probably use that criteria. She's probably A then. Because you would just pick many others from this list if you're not going to fight a male. So I think it's kind of fair to use the full niche criteria for her. It's not even that niche. Like, male is not even that niche of a thing. So, yeah. Alright. Fergus. Mr. Brock. Okay. Has a pretty good attack. Let's just say that. AoE Buster. Hunk of a man. Has a full gorilla deck. Absolutely smacking some bitches. MP gain is terrible though. Absolute garbage tier. But you know what? That's what your supports are for. Bravery A. You get 3 turns of 30% attack up. And mental debuff resistance. It's pretty okay. It's basic, but it's okay. The number is just your... It's like the average one for these 3 turn buffs. Not too shabby. Here's the annoying skill though. You get a sizable 3 turn defense buff for yourself on a 5 turn cooldown, but now you might not be able to land some of your attack buffs anymore. So you definitely, if you're gonna use this, you have to use this before this and everything else you want to buff him. So that it's not as awkward as it makes it seem, but during those 3 turns, if you want to buff him more, then it's gonna be annoying as hell. Third skill, his defensive skill. It's the same as Diarmuid. I have to mind true, but I think his is a rank better or something. Basic, but it does the job. Magic Resist B is okay. Writing B is pretty useless. MP actually does a lot of damage after the buff. I hate that the defense down is again after damage, but it is a normal effect. And the OC is debuff is down for 3 turns, also after damage. It's just good for damage. Honestly, I don't think people realize that Fergus can actually do a lot of damage. Just with this and the upgraded MP at MP5, with his decent base attack already, he can actually do a good chunk of damage. He's just not an amazing farmer. So I don't know, what am I gonna do with him? What am I gonna do with him? You're probably more often not gonna pick him against like AoE bosses instead of farming, honestly. Yeah. I think Fergus is slightly underrated. I think he's like B, at least. Not bad at all. He's good for damage, but he does need some support. Alone, he's kind of a sad man. Could be sadder. He could be like Diarmuid, but, you know. He's fine. Oh boy. Oh my god. We got G-Bad. Let's go. Speaking of needing buffs. Oh my god. Let's go. AoE Arts DPS caster. Literally full DPS. He does nothing for the oh wait, never mind. He has a heal. Okay, fair enough. But aside from that, he's just a DPS. Actually, his attack is somewhat high for a caster, or an AoE caster for 3 stars. He might actually have the highest attack for a 3-star AoE caster. Maybe that's why everything else about him is pretty underwhelming. Alright, his deck, I really wanted him to have a triple arch deck. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure why he has 2 busters. It really makes no sense to me. He should have had the normal caster deck. His MP gain is also bad. But yeah, and then just why? Why? The skills are so bad. Why? It's so bad. This is the okay. He might not have the individual worst skills in the game, but I'm still pretty confident in saying I firmly believe his entire skill set as a whole is the worst in the entire game. I think even stuff like Eric has better kit. Fucking Phantom has a better kit. So many servants have a better kit overall. Like, what is this? A mana burst when you have 2 buster cards? This is the only thing that makes sense. The Arts mana burst with his MP and 2 Arts cards. And then this makes the least sense. Why do you have a quick mana burst when you have 1 fucking quick card? This is the biggest joke in the entire game. This makes no sense. They're not even targetable. It's so bad. I don't even know if they can stay. He needs multiple buffs at the same time. Fuck, man. I love Geronimo. He's awesome. I love his MP as well, but man, he's a sad case. Territory creation B is nice. And then this could do something, I guess, because he does have a debuff here. His MP is not bad. It's actually a good MP. I'm fairly happy to report he has a very nice MP. Good damage. Critical chance down on AoE. Very nice. Party heal and party debuff resistance for 3 turns. Like, this has a lot of good stuff going for it. It is a great MP. So, okay, things to note. He has a pretty good attack for a 3-star AoE caster. He has a great MP. Everything else is Garbo, aka the skills and the awkward deck. I don't think he's E tier though. I don't think he even might be here, honestly. Like, all jokes aside, despite having the worst skill set in the entire game, I don't think he is E tier. He's one of the Ds, I think. Yeah. He actually can do decent damage, regardless. He's not absolutely useless, despite having the awful skills. Alright. Kid Gil. Also buffed recently, very recently in fact. AoE Buster Archer. Basically has the identical MP type and deck as Gilgamesh himself. Has a very high attack though. This is like one of the highest 3-star attacks in the game, I think. Probably top 5, top 10 at least. That's really nice. His deck is nice actually, and his MP gain is not even that bad. Overall, he has great upstairs, like, just great. As for skills, you get the high rank charisma. Not great, not terrible. It's something. He's like, again, he's like somewhat half DPS, half utility. This was buffed recently, which is nice. So it used to be only a humanoid charm on 7-turn cooldown with scaling up to 75%. Now it actually scales to 100%, which is nice. And you get stars per turn. Not a whole lot, but it's free, so 3 turns, 10 stars per turn. It's an okay skill now. Not bad at all. Third skill, Golden Rule. Actually not bad on him. For him, it kind of makes sense. It helps quite a bit, I would say. Magic Res E. Not much to say about. Independent Action A is okay, and Divinity Please, nice. MP has also been buffed. Good base damage, of course, with the buff, and lots of effects for OC, but they're all 1-turn effects. But if you time this correctly, you can actually use this to nullify MPs. I'm not even joking. Like, look, 1 turn, 50% MP damage down for AoE. 50% crit chance down. Or this is crit damage, actually. Never mind, it's not chance. Okay. Very rare to see damage, actually. And 20% defense down. Like, this, with this, you could potentially nullify an MP with some defense buffs and whatnot, without needing, like, dodges and invulns or whatever. In fact, I actually think, with some of these servants, I think Kid Gil is more of a pick more in boss situations than farm. Yeah. He has nice stuff going for him, honestly. I think he should be at least a B, maybe B+, honestly, especially after the new buff. He's probably B+, maybe even A, I don't know. I need to lab him more after the buff, honestly. He seems to be a pretty decent, again, and I think an ideal comp with him is you pick him, another DPS, and a support. I think he's a very great sub DPS now. I think I'm gonna leave him at B+. I'm okay with this. Very usable. Very usable. Oh my god, no. Oh no. The double. Well, again, not a train wreck scenario anymore, because even him was he was buffed. So it's not the end of the world anymore. But he could use more love, honestly. Okay, so we got Jill, AoE Buster Caster. Not sure about his deck with the Buster MP as well. His MP really should have been Arts. Imagine if he had an Arts MP. You could maybe even make him loop. You could definitely make him loop. Man, that could actually change everything. But it's Buster, god damn it. Yeah, so sorta awkward as is. Hey, welcome back, Mental Pollution. It needs more. It's just too little at this day and age. He has a lot of debuffs though, so it does something, but oh man. Now you're looking at what used to be the absolute worst skill in the entire game, but they did buff it, which is nice. So now it's actually not that big of a joke anymore. The MP damage down is still pretty minimal, 20%, but AoE, Arts, and Buster resistance down for 3 turns, both at 20% on a 5-turn cooldown. This is a great skill now. Like, it's actually good. That's the crazy part. It's a good skill. A very nice skill. From the worst skill in the game to a pretty good skill. So he has something going for him now. And then the third skill again, it's your terror, but I mean, because it's 5 turns, it should proc at some point, but even at the high rank, the scaling is just terrible as well. I don't think terror should have an 8-turn cooldown, even if it's AoE. It's just, yeah, could use another effect or something as well. Territory Creation B is okay, I suppose, because he does have the triple arts deck. And then the MP is like super underwhelming. I'm surprised. I actually didn't remember the MP hasn't been buffed at all yet. And of course he's story locked, so I guess I should be assuming 3 like MP1 here. That's another tragedy. It's just a super basic and underwhelming MP. Why isn't this Arts? It should be Arts. Come on, make it Arts. Make it Arts, please. Make him good. Make him good. Please let him live out the dream of being a good servant. Yeah, it's just interesting. He's not a farm servant at all. He's like another weird sub DPS now on AoE, but not as good as many of the other ones. I think he's like D+, I think. Just because of the buff. Honestly, if the buff wasn't, I think he was in E maybe. But I think he's here now. That buff was actually pretty good. His second skill is really nice now. Especially if you're running other DPS with him. It's pretty nice. Yeah. I actually placed him above G-Man. How about that? Times change. How about that? The meme wars. Speaking of memes, here's the other Jill. We got Saber. Oh boy. He hasn't been really buffed lately though at all, so that's kind of sad. No animation update, no buffs, no nothing. Attack is also very sad, because we already saw Caesar and Bedivere at like 7.4k, 7.6k, so this is really sad. So he is a DPS. He's a Buster DPS, but he has an Arts MP. Arts buff MP, but he's definitely a Buster DPS. A face carder, if you will. So it's a really awkward archetype to begin with. He's like Caligula, but not as consistent in my opinion. His MP again is also not really good. Hey, tactics. You gotta love MP damage on a guy who has no damaging MP as well. Like he wants to be a solo DPS, but then this is like, no, this is useless on him. Bring another DPS. Like, you gotta love this, right? Dude, I don't understand. These are some year 1 like game design choices. Anyway, second skill, Golden Rule. Okay, with this active, his MP gain is actually not too bad. This could actually help, but it's too little in my opinion. This is actually a great skill though. This is the only reason he can do anything at all. He has a permanent Buster up for 40%, which is no joke. But I mean, he is a joke, so it kind of becomes a joke, but this buff itself is not a joke. So it's pretty nice. Max rank, that is. Only then it's permanent. And even then, if you get dispelled, then of course it's not permanent, but potentially permanent, you know? Or skill sealed or whatever. Passives, Magic Resist is okay. Writing B is, you know, borderline useless. Badness Enhancement EX is actually really nice. And you might be answering, why does he have it? Because he's Jill, okay? Yeah. And then the MP. Oh my god. Can we talk about demerits? I mean, first of all, the attack buff is not bad, but why the fuck is it 2 turns? Come on, you can give him 3 turns. It's not that broken. And a measly 5 stars against Caesar's back. But what is this demerit? 50% defense down for 3 turns on self. Are you kidding me? How big of a demerit is that? I mean, even if you're fighting Lancers, I don't care. That's a big demerit. That's a big-ass demerit. Remember, he has 3-star stats. He's not swimming in HP. And he doesn't have any defense skills either. What the fuck? You need a lot of help for him. So he wants 2 supports with him, but then this skill is like, no, but you should bring a second DPS as well. Granted, it's not a huge waste if you don't use tactics, so whatever. But it's a dead skill in most cases. It's so weird. Man. I don't fucking know, man. Is he here? Is this too cruel? Is this... Maybe it's... I don't know. He needs so much more love. God damn it. I don't think I would ever really pick him over like Caesar and Bedivere and what have you. I would even pick Fergus over him against a single target boss. Like, yeah. Dude, please buff him. Please. Please. It used to be like this, but now I got buffed. I'm out of here. Okay. Okay, we get some Hassans now. 100 personas or 100 phase, whichever you want to use. Here we go. Back to some decent sermons again. Single target arts assassin. Attack? Not crazy good, but I don't think any of the assassins really have crazy good attack anyway, so probably to be expected. Can do a full arch chin with the MP, which is nice. MP get in particular is it's okay when one of the skills is active, but otherwise the MP gain it's just not that good. They even had her MP has so many hits. They also had to do the classic where they nerfed the MP gain on the MP in particular. Still can loop though. All right, skills. This is what I'm talking about. It's not a huge MP gain buff, but at least this makes it so that, you know, at least you will get a decent chunk from your face cards, especially from this helps with the MP in particular. And then you get some star generation. She doesn't generate that many stars though, but I guess it's a nice bonus. It's an okay skill. At 5 turns on 3 turn effects, yeah. This is a weird skill. It's her defensive, but also a offensive cooldown. So at least the evasion for 1 turn is guaranteed, but then you have an 80% chance to activate each of these buffs individually. You can get a rainbow, or you can get nothing if you miss 3 80%, I guess. But you do have to roll 80% 3 times for all the buffs. Yeah. It's a weird skill though. But one thing is good though. It's a 1 turn evasion and it's 5 turns, so it's definitely one of those better ones. Because again, 6 turns is the standard, 5 turns is the better one for 1 turn evasions and intervals. You guys really want to see the FA? All right, there you go. Damn, small zoom. There you go. That's all you get. All right. Then the third skill, which is really weird. It's so bad. Like, it's a heal for 4k, but you remove all of your buffs. Like, what? What is that? What is that? That is insane. That is such a huge demerit. But luckily, if you're bringing supports, you should have no need to use this ever. But having a dead skill still feels really bad. Yeah. You just need to time it, it's not bad. But in most cases, you always have some buffs active, though. And even if you have, like, bad buffs, you probably don't want to lose them for just a measly heal, though. In most cases, this is kind of unusable, in my opinion. Because losing all of your buffs, that's insane. That's insane. Just time it right. I'm talking playing with supports here as well. You gotta realize that. With supports, you're gonna have buffs up constantly. It's not useless, it's just really hard to work with. I guess this helps with the first skill as well. And then the buffed version of the MP is actually really nice. Good damage, and then Arts resistance down for 3 turns, 20%. Sadly, after damage, but it makes the follow-up well good, because, again, this just makes it so that she can actually do some loops if needed. But she does need follow-ups on that. The OC is really good, though. 3 turns of 50% base. Crit chance down on the enemy. Like, that is amazing against bosses. Like, wow, this is a really good MP, actually. Wow. Doesn't know how to use her. Okay, tell me. You're in a good scenario, you're gonna run her with like Castoria and maybe a second support if you really want to go all out, or maybe a second DPS. When is there a really good time to use this? I can't really picture an amazing time to use this, because you have like all those Castoria buffs for MP gain, arts up, attack up, fucking special invul from her MP, attack buff for MP. Those are just from her. Like, what? I'm so confused. Yeah, you can time it on 4th turn, but that means most of the time it will be useless. Buff removal resistance, it doesn't work, right? Because this is a 500% chance to remove. Buff removal resistance is usually only scaled to 100%, right? So this should go through that, right, as well. I'm not saying it's a useless skill. It's just an insanely awkward skill. Like, in most turns, it's unusable, is what I'm saying. If you absolutely need if you have like 1k health left, yeah, I'll use it. Unless it removes like a dodge or something, but yeah, it's... Yeah. I would rather get healing from the supports. Anyway, despite having an awkward 3rd skill, I think she's still great. She is very, very nice. She's probably at least a B+, maybe an A, maybe higher. I don't know, it's hard to say. She's really good. Definitely one of the better single-target assassins. Even compares to a lot of 4 stars, I think. Maybe with the existence of Castoria, she's here. Because it's not even that hard to get an MP train going with her. Yeah. I don't think I can place her in EX, but she's just a very solid when she gets going. I mean, of course, it works even without Castoria, but yeah. She definitely helps a lot too. She's the best low-star assassin, and she might be the best low-star assassin, yeah. You might be right. Just a great servant. Oh man, then we get the other 3-star Hassan. Oh, this is such a tragedy though. I feel so bad for Serenity. My man, she really needs something. The buff they gave her is not enough. Okay, but here we go. Single target arts assassin. Much like with 100 personas. I think, yeah. Her deck also, it's fine. It's okay. Maybe a triple arts deck would be better, but... And you might be fooled, like, oh, she has nice hit counts and whatnot. No, don't be fooled. Her MP gain is garbage. It's garbage. I've used her. I've seen it. I've played it. It's not good. It is not good. Which is one of her biggest problems, the MP gain. Alright, let's talk skills. This is not bad for bosses, actually. A solid 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. And you reduce 1 tick. The big problem is, you can probably spot it, 7 turn cooldown. Like, what? Sure, it's a guaranteed tick drain, but 7 turns? Isn't that a bit overkill? That is definitely overkill. Goddamn early game design. She's not a launch servant, but man, she's like year 2. Yeah. She used to have, again, the same skill as Curse Storm, but she got her own unique version. I think Curse Storm definitely got a better version with these buffs. So you do get the same 15 stars on a 4-turn cooldown, but instead of getting a second batch of 15 stars at the end of the turn, you inflict poison for 5 turns and the poison amplifier for 5 turns. So can I have 15 stars instead? I would prefer 15 stars. I'm not gonna lie. It's an okay skill though, but man, it's yeah, it's oof. Because 15 stars on a 4-turn cooldown is still not too bad. And then the 3rd skill is wow, look at that. Debuff success rate up and insta-kill success rate up for 3 turns. Man, dude, I feel so bad for Serenity. If they ever like buff her or rework insta-kill or something, or rework dots, she could be on the forefront, but as is there's just bad mechanics. It's bad mechanics. This is, her star generation isn't good either, so it doesn't help too much. She's not really a crit servant either, but you know, it's a free passive, I guess. And then the MP does do decent damage, but you have 2 RNG effects again. Skill seal and MP seal for 1 turn. 40%! It doesn't even scale. In most cases, they will whiff. And then of course, the OC is the useless insta-kill. Like, you compare this OC to 100 Face, she had a 3-turn, 50% crit chance down on a boss. And she has insta-kill. One of them is like 50 times better, 100 times better. No pun intended. Man, Serenity. She got screwed by bad game mechanics, let's be real. She's here. She's right here. Just better than Sanson, but honestly, I think Charlotte is about equal. At least she has stuff that she has like arts. I can have an arts buff or something, and yeah, she has insta-kill too, but at least she's not like poison based. Yeah. What is that hoodie? You don't like the hoodie? Well, too bad. Wow, that's an interesting name that just followed. Okay. Okay, Hector. Not a day 1 servant, but very close to launch. AoE Buster Lancer. 6.9k attack is not terrible. It's alright. In fact, nice. Alright, can do a full Buster Chain. Not too shabby. His deck otherwise, would I have preferred 2 arts instead of 2 quick? Maybe. Not a big deal though, in my opinion. His MP gain is just also not very good either, which is the case for most of these servants. Is anyone surprised? Not really. But again, thank God for supports exists. Now, at least his tactics was buffed. They're slowly rolling out some tactics buffs, so he at least has a better one. Now it's a 3-turn party MP damage up. Bigger numbers as well, I believe. And now gives the party a damage cut for 2 attacks, 3 turns, and a sizable one at that. 1,000 damage cut is no joke. It's actually a pretty nice damage cut. So this is a pretty solid skill now. Not bad at all. It's like 10 times better than it would used to be. Second skill, his unique skill, does not scale to 100% on the drain. You love to see it. You hate to see it. Stun chance also does not scale to 100%. It's very awkward. Man, gotta love me some gambling, huh? 5-turn cooldown on a stun though is pretty low, but it's not low in the sense because it can whiff though. So annoying. Just annoying. You kind of want to land both in most cases, obviously. And good old disengage, just a pretty underwhelming defensive skill. But at least he has a better defensive skill now with this damage cut. It won't yet save you from MPs, but it will definitely mitigate a lot of the face card damage. For sure. Magic Resist B is okay. Riding B, I guess, you know, maybe that's why it's nice to have 2 quicks on him, even though the hit count is low. And the MP has been buffed. Good damage, ignores defense buff. Defense down, your usual AoE MP. After damage, 20% base. The only notable thing is really the buff damage and the ignore defense. This is not too much. I think Hector needs more love as well still. This is a great start. This is a great start though. Buff this or this. One of these needs to be buffed. Maybe both eventually, but yeah. He's not bad though, but I think he needs more love. He's like maybe here. Maybe here after the buff. Oh, maybe here. I might leave him there. Just needs more. Give him more. He's a nice guy. He is a nice guy. I don't think he's even that good for farming either. So you're mainly looking at some boss stuff, I guess. Yeah. Maybe a low B? Man, this is an interesting looking list, but so be it. I guess I should put him in the same as Fergus. I think they're pretty similar, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe I'll move Fergus as well, who knows. Alright, Hozoin. Man, he's a really awkward servant, huh? Okay, here we go, though. Single target. I don't know what to call him. Quick DPS? With a buff MP, arts buff MP. I guess he's mostly supposed to be quick because he has a triple quick deck, though. Attack is a bit on the lower side for the knight classes, but... MP gain itself is actually not too shabby. His MP gain is fine, I believe, especially for 3 stars. It's above the average for sure. So, would I prefer if he had 2 arts cards or something? I don't know. Maybe not, because he does have a quick buff too. He's in a really weird spot though. Alright, skills. Ignore evasion for 3 turns. Hello, Regend. This is like almost the same skill, but this doesn't have like absorb as well, which is kind of a shame because he definitely revolves around crits, so it's kind of a shame that he doesn't. It's okay because he actually has a good for a Lancer. He actually has really good chance to develop some stars on his own or generate. So it's not a bad effect, but it's just kind of a basic skill. Alright, next skill, here we go. His mana burst, his quick mana burst. And I suppose mental debuff immunity in a way. Not immunity, but might as well be. For 3 turns is, you know, a nice bonus. So it's like it's better than like a basic mana burst in that sense. Yeah. And the third skill is interesting. It's like a torture technique, but instead of having a 5-turn cooldown and 30%, you add 1 more turn to the cooldown, less defense down, and then you add MP seal. So this is basically, now that I mentioned this was like Matahari earlier. She has the same thing, but with 6 turn, 20%, but a skill seal, right? So instead of having a skill seal, he has a MP seal. And I did mention during Matahari that in most cases MP seal will do you better. It's quite funny because for enemies, MP seal is better for you. And for you, or for the enemy, if you get skill sealed, you're much worse off than an MP seal most of the cases. So it's pretty funny how it works. Alright, Magic Resist could be better, but oh well. And then his MP, oh man. He's like mini Super Orion, I suppose. You get 50% attack for 3 turns, okay. 100% grid damage for 3 turns. Now we're talking. Insta-kill immunity for 1 turn, I guess. Yeah, whatever. 1-time evasion does not expire. Okay, nice effect. And then more star generation. So this is why he can generate his own stars. Granted, you get the correct cards, and those are the quick cards. So, yeah. So, honestly, he really shines the best when you solo, but he's also not the best at soloing because this is basically all he has for defense. So it's kind of awkward. You gotta solo really fucking fast. But if you're gonna use him with a comp, he's gonna do okay, I think. But he's certainly very reliant on getting some good Brave Chains going. So he's not the most consistent thing out there. But if you pair him with like Scotty, and maybe even a second support of some kind, like Hans, you can actually make him do a ton of damage. Even so. But it's just not gonna be as consistent as with solo, obviously, because on solo you always get the cards you want. But he has good potential. But man, he's a tough one to place, honestly. He just has a really solid damage potential. I think he's a B+, maybe a B. Because, again, the numbers are there. You just need to enable him. They're really good numbers, actually. And I am considering the existence of a free support pick, and it would definitely be Scotty for him, so it will help a lot. And then you can fill with, like, Hans or something if you need stars. Dude, honestly, that sounds like a really sick setup. Like Hozoin, Scotty, and Hans. You give him the MP, the Hans 3rd skill buff version as well. Oof. Oof. That can lead to some good stuff, actually. Yeah, I do agree that it's kind of a shame that his attacks is a bit lower than you would like for a 3-star knight class. I'm gonna leave him at B+. I was thinking about A, actually. Alright, we got Okada. Oh boy. A very popular servant, but how good is he? Single target arts assassin. So he's kind of going to be competing with stuff like 100 Phase and Serenity and I guess Charlotte and whatnot as well. So here we go. Attack also a bit on the lower side, but he's an assassin, so this is to be expected. So in fact, for assassin, I believe that's actually a pretty good stat for the attack. So not too bad. Has a 2 arts deck. Matches with the MP, I suppose. I would almost kind of want to see a double buster, double arts from him, because he's also a crit servant. So I would like to see double buster, but oh well. His MP gain is it's better than most 3 stars, I would say. I mean, it helps that he's not a launch servant after all. Here's his unique skill, his style, Manslayer. You get that 1 turn huge anti-humanoid damage, so servants beware, and a nice bit of crit damage to go with it. Sadly, again, Okada is like Lee and many other servants where he suffers from downtime. Just a lot of downtime. But man, his highs are really high. Like, he's like Billy in that sense. Downtime is there, but he's definitely got some highs. Second skill, yeah, speaking of Billy, has the same evasion, of course. More crit damage, because why not? Not much to say about it, it's just your basic Eye of the Mind. It's a nice skill, it does the job, nothing crazy. And then third skill is unique. It's just absorb, but, and only for 1 turn, but it's a 3-turn cooldown. So this at least helps with some of the downtime, because it's effectively only a 2-turn downtime at max rank. Sadly, I was hoping this would have a lower cooldown, or maybe I would be broken if this... Yeah, at these numbers, they can be 3 turns, but yeah. Presence Concealment isn't bad, because even as an arts assassin, he actually can generate some stars. Especially once we get to MP right here. So much like Hozoin, he gets a lot of star generation on his OC, as we just saw. And he gets them for 3 turns, and it activates before damage. Not a whole... I mean, it doesn't even matter if it didn't activate before damage that much, because it's an arts MP for 4 hits. But it's nice that it does. It only helps, so... But he is a limited servant, so I probably shouldn't assume MP5 at this point, sadly. But, even with MP1, he can do some decent crits and whatnot. And he's not even that niche, because again, this is basically every servant here, minus some rare exceptions. So yeah. Decent star generation. Good crits. A bit of downtime. MP is pretty basic, but, you know, not bad. I think he's alright. I think he's alright. He's... Where did I place like? Let's see. There's Cursed Arm. He might be here, honestly, with Cursed Arm or here. Because they're good for different reasons, I feel like. They're kind of good for different reasons. Okada is just a bit more selfish on the damage front. Whereas Cursed Arm is like a team play, like a sub-DPS more. I think I might leave him here. Not bad at all, though. Could use a buff, though. I'm gonna be real with you. He could use a buff. Certainly wouldn't hurt. Taiga. Jaguar Man. Jaguar Warrior, whatever you want to say. 7k attack, not too shabby. Could be better, but it's okay. Buster single target DPS. Also story lock, sadly. Can do a Buster chain, which is nice, because this is what I was hoping with Okada. Have a 2 Buster card, because she's also kind of a crit DPS. So it's nice. Deck is okay. MP gain is atrocious, though. If you've used her, you know what's up. It's not good. But supports help. Alright. First skill is really good, but the one thing that makes it not so good is a whopping 10-turn cooldown. Let's see what we get for that, though. 30% Buster up for 3 turns. Big. Mental debuff resistance 40%. Maybe not so big. Evasion for 2 attacks does not expire. Okay, pretty big. And a 15 star bomb. But 10 turns. I mean, it's a great skill, but 10. You're high, dude. Come on. 10 turns. It should be 8 turns or something. 10 turns is way too big. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's a great skill, but not 10 turns great skill, okay? So, yeah. Just, you know, okay, let's do it like this. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, yeah, look, now it looks like an amazing skill. Just don't look at the cooldown. Yeah, wow, look how an amazing skill. Wow, it must be like a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah, okay, moving on. Second skill, it's like monstrous strength rank B or something, where you get a 2-turn attack. I actually don't remember what rank of monstrous strength that was, but something like that. So it's just that under a different name. 30%, 2 turns, very basic. If it was 30%, it would still be very basic, but 2 turns, so it's slightly under average. Not that great, but more damage, I guess. And third skill, you get 50% crit damage for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown, so half the time is going to be active. Not that great compared to like self-mod, but if you just so happen to fight in Forest, you get star generation and absorb. Honestly, The star generation probably doesn't make a whole lot of difference. I just don't see her making any stars anyway. But this absorb could make her crits more consistent at least. Just not a great skill either, honestly. Self-mod would be quite a bit better in my opinion. Yeah, would be definitely. Magic Resist is nice. I wish this was higher, but it's something. And Divinity A is cool. MP has not been buffed, sadly. Man, she could use a lot. I just realized she hasn't had a single buff. That's a crime. Does ignore evasion though. Before damage, that's nice. And then just... This is a useless OC. Come on. Debuff resistance down for 3 turns on single target. 10% base. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Man, Taiga needs a buff, man. At least 2, but she needs at least 2 buffs. And of course, she's story locked, so I can't even realistically assume MP5. So, man, dude. Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know. Just so much downtime and basic stuff. Yeah. Give her like 2 buffs. Or 1 huge one. Speaking of buffs, man... We got a very unique case here, though. It's Jekyll. I'm not even gonna call him an assassin, because as an assassin, he's absolute garbage tier. So I'm just gonna call him a berserker with a demerit, okay? A face-carding buster berserker with a demerit. So here we go. 6.3k attack. Not that good. Considering he's gonna be a berserker hopefully at some point. You would hope to see over 7k. And you get a bunch of variables depending on what class he is, but yeah, even as a berserker, as an assassin, he's just god awful. He can't generate, he can't do damage, he can't do anything as assassin. Maybe generate a few stars, even that he doesn't do anything. It's just a huge demerit. I wish he had a triple buster deck. Like the deck probably should have been like triple buster. Honestly. Or change the deck when he changes. That could also work. Yeah, change it when he changes. Anyway, Monstrous String B. So, it's actually a very good one when you're Hyde. You get 50% attack up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Now, that's a great one. But you only get the other buff if you're Hyde. So, when you're Jekyll, you only get 15%. That sucks. Second skill... You're never gonna stun anyone if you're Jekyll. You have a up to 15% chance to stun. You're never gonna stun anyone. No. Well, I guess the stun is a base 10, but yeah, it's still gonna be low SL. But if you're Hyde, you're pretty much gonna stun guaranteed, unless they have a shit ton of debuff resistance or debuff immunity. And then the third skill is self-mod. So yeah, if you're not Hyde, you're gonna get 15% crit damage. But as Hyde, I mean, honestly, this is not as good. This is not even great as Hyde, because keep in mind, he's a berserker, and you only get 50% crit damage. Self-mod usually gives you 50% scaling normally, and also absorb. So yeah, this is not even great for Hyde. And as a berserker, he needed self-mod EX to also get the absorb, let's be real. He just can't crit. Not consistently at all. So... if he's Assassin, he has Presence Concealment, and if he's Berserker, he gets Madness Enhancement A, which is very nice. That's nice. And then his MP. It's great, but in the sense, there's a big demerit with the MP that is not even listed in here. Well, it actually is right here, but okay. So, you turn into Berserker. You get a 6,000 HP maxing Creech, which helps, because, again, he doesn't really have defensive options, and he's going to be fragile. And you heal to full. Good stuff. And this is why OC buffs are so good. You get a permanent buster buff. Starting from 40%. If you can get this higher, you can get a bigger permanent buster buff. And you also get 10% here as well. So, it can be good. But the problem, why can't you use the MP again? Like, I don't even care. Just give me a full heal. I don't even want to go back to a Sans. Like, why? Once you're Hyde, your MP is unusable. It's dumb. Even the heal would... Even if he could use it again for a full heal, he would still be underwhelming. Let's be real. He would still be underwhelming. But he has... I get it. They wanted to try something new. They really wanted to try something new. I think the idea is cute as hell. And I actually kind of like Hyde as well. It's a fun little thing. But it's not... It doesn't work. Not like this, at least. Maybe they're gonna try again someday, though, but... Man. Is E too much? If he started out as Hyde, he would probably be here, at least. At least. But since he starts as Jekyll, you know what? Okay, here, E is too much. Because Hyde can still do damage. And the skills are pretty okay as Hyde. But you just have to get there first. So it's annoying. So, good idea, horrible execution. Jing Ke. Oh, the latest buff, I believe, in this list. Oh, okay, here we go. Single target quick assassin, 7.2k attack. That's actually really high for an assassin. Wow, that's really good. I did not realize she has that much attack. Oh, okay. Full quick deck. Love to see it. Very good. MP again is not amazing, but man, otherwise she's doing pretty nicely upstairs. Like, not bad at all. Now let's take a look at the skills. Absorb up, not a huge amount, just 200%, but it's 3 turns, and you get a one-time star bomb, so pretty meh, but not too bad. Second skill used to be terrible. It used to be another clairvoyance under a different name, but now it was buffed. Oh yeah. So now she has a niche, anti-king damage for 3 turns, 50%, not bad. And then on every attack for 5 times 3 turns, you inflict defense down on quick cards. That's big. You can get up to minus 50% defense up from your quick cards, and you get a nice, they increase the number of this from 30 to 50% as well, which works because again she is a full quick assassin. And then the third skill, man, I kind of wish this was 3 turns. It wouldn't even be that broken. At least the quick buff, maybe not the crit damage, but the quick buff should be 3 turns. As is, it's all right, nothing crazy though. This is very nice. And then MP does good damage. Annoying demerit can, because she can also die to this. And insta-kill is pretty useless, but at least you get a big chunk of stars, which is nice. She's certainly a lot better than what she used to be with this buff. Now, I'm not going to be placing her purely against fighting king opponents. This is too niche. I did that with some of these because it's not even that niche. And some of them didn't really have any other ways to get picked. Let's be real. But yeah. Okay, she's gonna be in like one of the Bs, maybe? Maybe she's the same as Okada now, honestly. She's not bad at all, actually. And she has one of the highest attacks, if not the highest attack for a 3-star assassin, which is nice. Yeah. She's hardly better after the buff. What do you mean? How is she bad? I don't see why. She seems completely fine to me now. I think people are still underestimating her. Or rather, underestimating her after the buff for some reason. She's not bad. So is your more universal, but he has way more downtime and his MP is worse. So, and he has less attack. If anything, giving you these arguments would mean that she should be higher than Okada. So keep that in mind. I think I'm being generous here, if anything. Alright, Kyo. Man. AoE, Buster, Berserker. Yeah, the MP can also trigger the defense down. That's a good point for Jing Ke. Yeah, don't forget about that. It all adds up. And of course, Jing Ke is not only MP1 like Okada. Dude, in fact, I'm starting to get tempted to just actually, you know, put Jing Ke higher than Okada. But you know what? I think I might leave it as is. But there you go. If now you should have a ton of reasons why that you want for that placement, okay? Alright, 6.6k attack though. That is sad. I think every other Berserker for 3 stars has at least 7k. Gets shafted. Full Buster is nice though. It gives her more damage potential. Obviously with this deck, her MP gain is pretty garbo. They did buff her Morph, but this is probably the weakest of all of the Morph buffs they've ever done. You get a 30% defense up, which is not a huge upgrade, but it's nice. But instead of getting something other cool like Vlad got and Kyo, or not Kyo, Osaka Behime, Tamamo, they all got like... Wait, Tamamo hasn't been buffed with Morph yet. But her normal Morph is so much better anyway. Anyway, yeah, this is not that good. You get a burn damage increase. Yeah. Dots don't work. Fix them. Then her... Damn, this is so bad. No, it's so bad. This is just a really bad version of Torture Technique. Like, Torture Technique, 5 turns, 3-turn defense down, 30%, and there's no demerit. Like, this is just the worst version of Torture Technique. And even Torture Technique is not an amazing skill. It's a very basic, bare-bones skill. Like, oh my god. Yeah. And then the third skill. Honestly, I would have preferred a normal mana burst. If I have to trade 20% Buster Up for debuff removal, I would rather have 20% Buster Up. Man, dude, Kyo. Like, she got shafted and attacked, and they're like, yeah, let's just nerf the Buster Up as well. Yeah, might as well. Might as well. Man, dude, they're doing... Dude, they're trying, but... God damn it. Madness Enhancement EX is nice, though. Very nice. That's a great passive, regardless. MP still does okay damage, believe it or not. It's not Darius damage or anything, but it's okay. You have a 50% stun chance, so more RNG, let's go. Burn, yeah. Even with the added amplifier, it's not gonna be really relevant. No. Man, Kyo, huh? I just consider her a worse version of Darius, I think. She's like here or here, I think. Maybe here, because she's still kind of flexible being a berserker, but man, she needs more love. She's just not there yet. Not there yet. Oh. Darius is just quite a bit better now, I think. Alright. Ooh, here we go. A good one. We got Kotaro. Mr. Hentai protagonist. Let's go. AoE quick. 7k attack. Very nice. Full quick deck with the very nice hit counts. My man's is Star Generation EX. You thought Curse Storm was good? Here comes the best of the low stars in terms of Star Generation. By a mile! His MP gain is not amazing, but that is not really an issue that bothers him too much. Now let's talk skills. He has pretty good skills. You know, not the most attack reduction, but if anything, this is the big part, the crit chance down. And the downtime is not even that big. And we're only getting started with the debuffs here. Targeted evasion. So that's a bit more value instead of just being for himself. And, you know, Star Generation. So this will only really be useful for him in most cases, but... you know, it's still nice that it's targeted. Gives you that flexibility. Otherwise, it's your standard 6-turn... 1-turn evasion cooldown thingy. Now, this used to be really not amazing, but wow, they really buffed this skill. It's really good now. So, first of all, you start with reducing the debuff resistance of all enemies by up to 100%, which should guarantee your other buffs or debuffs. And then you also do a 20% AoE defense down and 1-time buff block. Okay, this does not even have an expiration. This is going to be on them as long as... they use or until they use a buff or cleanse it. Like, this is a really good skill now. Like, man, my man's is stacked with debuffs. Not bad at all. What a lovely skill. This is an amazing passive for him in particular as well, because his Star Generation is off the roof or through the roof. And his MPS of course also buffed, and that's a lot of effects. Okay, base damage is pretty good. He doesn't really have a lot of buffs for himself, minus the defense down, but it still does a good chunk of damage. You're probably not going to run him as main DPS anyway. He's going to be there as a sub DPS to debuff a lot and generate a ton of stars, and he does that really well. As you can see here as well, another AoE 20% defense down for 3 turns. Just add that on top, especially if they still have this up, so they're probably not going to resist it. And confusion can be annoying. Not the biggest, you know, win ever, but it can make a difference. It's more of this thing right here, and just a lot of stars being generated. He's just really good. Like, really good. I think he's like right here. And I hope I'm not tooting his horn too much, but I think he's right there. He's just really good. Like, wow. Mance is nice. After the paranoia buff, I think he's here. One of the best low star assassins, for sure. No argument to be made. Yeah, he's a low star Jack. That's a good way to put it. In terms of... he's like Jack combined with Shuten when you think about it. A debuffer who also generates a ton of stars. Yeah, AoE buff block. That is a very nice effect to have. Okay, here we go. I think Loopster and Salieri are tied for the highest attack. I don't even remember if anyone else reaches 8k, but they're very close on attack. So yeah, that is huge. That is a lot of attack. Okay, so single target Buster Nuker with a full Gorilla deck and a very high attack. So that's already pretty much perfect when it comes to the top side over here. MP gain, you don't even care about it. Has bravery as well, much like Herc and like Fergus and whatnot, so it's an okay buff. Helps with his damage. Small downtime. Not a huge buff, but it's okay. And of course, much like Fergus, he has to have the same second skill too, so better use this before this or you might whiff it. But it helps with some of his survival, because if he doesn't have good support, he might die easily, but you're gonna be running like Merlin or Waver with him anyway. Let's be real. And maybe even Mashu as well. So his unique third skill, it's not tactics, it's only self MP damage up. Not a huge amount, but 30% is okay. And then a huge absorb, so you can pretty much get a nice crit turn. This is kind of annoying though. This demerit can be annoying. You give your other two teammates on the field 20% defense down for that one turn, but maybe you can time it with like some defensive cooldowns so it won't matter too much. This skill in particular is just not that great. It's okay-ish, but Madness Enhancement A is perfect. And then his MP, which sadly hasn't been buffed yet. But still, MP5 does a lot of damage and it ignores defense buffs. Stun chance is very low though, but you're basically picking him for raw damage. He is raw damage. That's what he is, and that's all you're gonna get. And that's all you're gonna want. So, raw damage. And he's a berserker, so it's nice. Because he's very flexible like that. I think he should be in like A. Just because of his slightly older kit. But I can't deny that he's just amazing for damage though, regardless. But because of his slightly outdated kit, he could use a buff as well. I'm gonna place him in A. You know what you're getting when you pick him though. Just a bunch of damage. Wow. Okay, new servants. Well, maybe not for JP anymore, but I still consider him new. We got Mandricardo. Now, I have to be honest here. I don't have good expertise here with him. I haven't used him much at all. But let's take a look anyway. So he's single target arts, right? Yes. Okay, that much I know. 6.7k attack, definitely on the lower side again, but you know, I've seen worse. Can do a full arch chain, which is nice too. His MP gain is probably better than most, but probably nothing to be celebrated about. Yeah. Not too bad. I think his deck is fine as is. Maybe double Buster instead of double Quick, but it's okay. It's okay. Skills. First skill is actually really good. Like, you get 30% self-defense up for 3 turns and 20% bar. This is just a good version of Charisma. Like, this is just a better Charisma. It's nice. It's good. It's modern. Alright, next skill. Oh, right. It's the fun skill. Yeah. So you can only use this when you have 50% HP left. So, this is the last stand. For 1 turn, you get attack buff for 1 time. For 1 attack, you get crit damage up. And when you attack that turn... Wait, what's that? Activate debuff for 1 turn? Oh, it reduces HP recovery, huh? Ah, so you disable healing as well. And remove defensive buffs. Okay. And then, yeah, of course, it's the last stand, so you die after that turn. Well, not even that turn. You die after you do 1 attack. That's it. You attack 1 time and you die. But that 1 attack should do a lot of damage. Sadly, your MP can't crit, but you can even do like a big Buster crit or something. But you can't even activate it unless your HP is low. Now, this is another great skill. Self-quicken arts up for 3 turns, 20% each. And a self-taunt, because he's that nice of a guy. Takes some attention. I guess it kind of combos with this, but do you even want to use this that often? Not really, right? It's supposed to be like a last stand. We gotta get a suicidal servant of every class, apparently. Yeah. Oh, I guess, yeah, the defense buffs come off after he does the attack. Okay, so that's good. So no matter what, his big attack should go through, so that's nice. Magic Recedes, okay, and Riding Bee doesn't hurt because he has double quick as well. I guess because of this and that, I guess the deck makes a whole lot of sense like this. Yeah, never mind. This is the good deck for him. And then the MP. You do reduce your own attack when you use it, but I think this is after damage, right? Does a good chunk of arts, single target damage, of course, the usual modifier. And then you get a rainbow buff for 1 turn before damage. So I guess no matter what your Brave Chen is looking like, it's gonna be better, which is not bad. So yeah, this is after damage. Honestly, there's not a whole lot of great single target riders on low stars, so he seems to be doing pretty fine, honestly. So who else do we have? I mean, George is a tank. He's not really a DPS. There's not a whole lot of them anyway. Wait, how many are there? There's like barely any. There's like Ushi and him, and that's not it, is it? What? Maybe I must be forgetting someone from earlier. They're like all AoE or tanks or supports or something. What the fuck? I guess Ushi really is his only competition. Wow. Okay, I think he's gonna be in like B+. He seems pretty decent. Okay, if you skip into this part of the video and if you're watching the stream right now, this might be unfair. I need to lab him more, but he just seems pretty decent to me. I have used him a bit, but not enough, I think. I need to use him more. So you can call me out on that if you want. That's fine. But I think I'm gonna place him there. I mean, this is just, you know, an obvious one, isn't it? I mean, I guess she is in this list, but she's not really a 3-star, let's be real. So yeah, that's just a no-brainer right there. Like, even if you never get her to a gold status, she still has the amazing skills, right? And MP. So you can just keep her like that, and she's still a 3-star, so who cares? She's broken, okay? Whatever. Fastest review ever. Alright, then we got Media. Back to some day 1 servants. Ooh, the OG caster. Wow, she has really good attack, huh? I did not remember that. 7.4k for a caster is really good. Damn, nice. So single target quick, quick caster, boys. We finally have one. Single target arch DPS and a full arch stick is nice. So yeah, very nice too. Her MPK is actually not too bad, especially if you manage to get some overkill going. And her MP also has a refund, which helps. And of course, she has rapid words and a very high rank. So basically, starting from level 4 onwards, you're gonna be overkilling it. Because why not? Lore, I guess. Easy MP. Nah, it's weak. Self-heal 2500, 4-turn cooldown, that's it. Weak. Old. Very weak. Okay, targeted debuff removal for allies and does give the target 50% MP gain. Now we're talking. Not a bad skill. I wish the cooldown was 5 though. 6 seems a little excessive even for this MP gain amount. Yeah, 6 is a bit excessive, but effect-wise is nice. It is a nice-oo. Yeah, you might notice something. No damage buffs whatsoever, and no real defense buffs either, huh? Yeah, that's media for you. Territory creation A is amazing. Yeah, very good. Sadly, her arts cards are all 1 hit, but it's still good for damage. And this is just lore, right? Because she doesn't have debuffs, right? So yeah, her MP. She has a very interesting MP. Because I guess they realized that, oh, they're going to be able to spam it so much. They kind of gimped the numbers. As sad as it is. So she's more closer to like a buster modifier. Which is really sad. But it is very spammable though. But I don't know. I don't think they had to do it. I don't think it was broken. I think it was too much. It was too much. They could have kept the modifier in my opinion. So it does hurt her quite a bit. Buff removal is nice, but because she's day 1, they didn't know about, you know, buff removal before damage. That wasn't a thing back then, so sad. And you do get a decent chunk of refund, so that's cool. Just why did they gimp the numbers? She's still in an interesting spot. Because, again, even across all rarities, there's not many single target casters. So even in this day and age, she still has a spot, especially in the free-to-play lineup. I think she's right here, mostly because of that. Just can do her job well, but just damage is so low. So low. Bad damage, but can do a decent job. And because there's barely any single target casters, she's relevant. I just don't understand why they gimped it. They were too afraid. They could, you know, reverse it, you know. Alright, Meduse. AoE, quick rider. 7.2k attack, flat. Pretty good. Does not have a full quick deck though. I kind of wish she did, honestly. But maybe this aids her MP gain, honestly. Yeah, it definitely does. But I don't know. At least she can still do a quick chain with the MP. So yeah, you know what? Not the end of the world. MP gain on her, not amazing, but she does have an MP gain skill, which does help as well. Boudica is rank A+, definitely one of the better, more consistent stuns in the game. Now, a lot of people don't know, this is not a stun, it's a petrify. So, if they have like stun resistance and stun success rate up, as you can see, it does not affect this. That includes stuff like mental resistance, I believe. Or wait, did mental resistance include... Maybe it included both petrify and stun, but yeah. It's slightly different in that sense. And at least her scales up to 100%. 6 turn is maybe better than a lot of the stun cooldowns, but it's just a stun, so I was hoping to see maybe a bit more otherwise. Second skill, 2 turns of attack. So slightly worse than average, so meh. Wish it was 3 turns. Even then it would be somewhat underwhelming in this day and age, but oh well. It's not 1 turn. 20% batteries, nice, very good for Farmu. And then you get 3 turns of MP gain, like I said, it was here. Definitely helps if you actually need to go for follow-ups on your face cards or whatnot. But yeah, that's nice for farming. Definitely gives her a good spot. Lots of passives. Magic Recipe in farm probably won't be that relevant, but if you're not going to farm with her, it could be relevant. Independent action C is nice because riders have a high natural absorb. Riding A+ is excellent because of her quicks and the MP, and Divinity minus is just a nice bonus. MP has been buffed, so it does a good amount of damage. You get the added effect of critical chance down 20%, 3 turns, always nice. Not so much for farm, but for bosses it's nice. And then more buffs for party. Star Generation, 3 turns, 50%. Not too shady. But honestly, in comps that you would run her, Star Generation probably won't do a whole lot. So maybe not the strongest OC buff. But again, even for farm, it shouldn't even matter that much. And I truly believe that farm is where she kind of shines the most. So yeah. I think she's gonna be at... So where did I place other riders here? Let's see. Columbus is here, but he's not really a farm rider. He can be both farm and EPS. Maybe one of the Bs, I think, might be for her. Maybe the same as Columbus. She's still a very nice farmer, I think. Just not as nice as like the Berserkers or something. I think I might leave her in B+. Same as Columbus here. Despite having an older kit, I think her farm might be slightly better. Because Columbus is you can't get MP5 easily, and he doesn't even... I mean, yeah. I think this is kind of fair. I would see B because of Outdated Kit, but I would say B+ because she still farms well, regardless. Yeah. Mephisto. Now we're gonna see the one thing that makes him relevant. He would probably be at the bottom of this list, but there's one thing that actually gives him a very interesting spot. But first of all, attack. I guess a bit higher than many other casters, but not crazy good. Buster AoE. Damage. So having a triple arch deck is kind of awkward. His MP gain is also not that good. Take a drink every time I have said that. This list, you probably die of alcohol poisoning. Witchcraft. Wow, that is weak. Just a drain, single target, doesn't scale to 100%, 5 turn cooldown, weak. Needs a buff. Second skill, Innocent Monster B. Also very weak, but at least this isn't as bad as some of the other ones. But it's still bad. It's bad. It's bad. Very weak. Oh, outdated. So old. But then, here we go. The one thing that this skill is borderline broken. It is broken. It is nuts. Single target, buff block, 3 times! No duration! Curse is irrelevant. It's insane. Like, you will absolutely pick him sometimes just for this one skill. Like, in some boss fights, this is a make or break. I'm sure you all know that one boss fight in Lost Spell 3 where this actually made a huge difference, and many others. So yeah, this skill is insane. It is an EX tier skill, but everything else about him is just so outdated and weak. Alright, territory creation I guess helps with his damage and some gains. This is nice, I suppose. So this will be even more guaranteed to land in case they have debuff resistance. And then his MP, it does an okay amount of damage. It has been buffed after all. He just doesn't have buffs or whatever, so it's not gonna do as much damage as it could, like compared to like Babbage, for instance. But it does ignore defense buffs, and curses are kind of useless, but But you're picking him for this. Let's be real. You're gonna pick like Babbage or someone else if you want Avicebron, if you want AoE damage. You're gonna pick him for this for certain boss battles. And because of that, he's gonna be here. D+. Otherwise, I can't put that much value into one skill. It's an amazing skill, but if that's all he has, I can't put him higher than D+ though. I just can't. I can't. Honestly, C. I changed my mind. Yeah, C. There you go. It's just that good. It can actually make the full difference of a boss fight, but besides that, he's just weak. Just weak. There you go. He's a fun guy though. Alright. One of the only other limited servants in this list. Mori Nagayoshi from Gouda 4. Single target Buster Berserker. Has that patented high attack. Doesn't reach like 8.1k or something like Lubu does, but it's still high, let's be real. I actually didn't even know he had one or two arts cards. I thought he was full on gorilla mode. Interesting. That's very interesting. Maybe it would be better if he was full Buster though. I don't know. Again, this might be kind of an unfair rating. It took me a year from the event to actually even get one copy because I didn't get any from the original run, so I haven't really even used him much. So this might be an unfair rating as well. But at least he can do a full Buster chain with his MP. That is nice. Right, skills, crit damage, 100% for 3 turns. So yeah, if you can enable this, man, you're gonna go far. And actually, whoa, hold up. Debuff resistance 100% on base for 3 turns. Wow, okay. And then what is the demerits? Chance to reduce own buff success rate up. Wait. So that means your buffs are gonna whiff? Oh, wow, that is a demerit and a half. But I guess you're gonna... because it's only own buffs, right? This doesn't affect incoming buffs from your supports and whatnot, right? It should be his own. So you can just pop everything first. And then do this. And it's gonna be gone by the time your cooldowns come back up, right? Wait, it affects all. Oh, shit. Okay, so it's really big. Wow, okay. Never mind. Okay, so you really gotta make sure you get all your buffs in before you do this. But it should be fine though, right? Unless a support dies or you're gonna plug suit midway through, this shouldn't be a big demerit. So, yeah, okay. Man, these 2 effects are huge though. Wow, okay. Okay, what else do we have? Attack, activate, 3 turns, 3 attacks. What happens? Oh, you just get attack buffs when you attack. Okay. But you do also reduce your own defense. Okay, so it's literally a double-edged sword. Okay. So you can get 45% attack up from 3 attacks for 3 turns. Okay. And then it also amounts to 30% defense down. But honestly, it probably doesn't really matter too much. Not too bad, not too bad. I guess in some cases you would like to use this even before your MP, like change your card ordering and whatnot. Yeah, I guess Chen Gong would be a really nice pairing with him. Holy shit. Yeah, those crits though. Yeah, I've seen some of those Honako videos as well. Even though I haven't used Mori much myself. Yeah, I am starting to understand some stuff here. Yeah. Alright, then the third skill. You get 1 turn absorb. Sadly, only 1 turn. But if you die, you get 20 stars. It's like, here you go, have my money. He's out. Okay, not a great skill, considering you kind of want to keep him alive, probably. But, you know, makes at least gives you a one very consistent crit turn. Madness Enhancement D, sadly not higher, but it's something. And then the MP. Wait, it's only D when he's insane. That's actually kind of surprising. Interesting. So, yeah, there's no escaping this MP. Ignore invul, ignore defense buffs. Damage. Defense down after damage. Not a huge number. Pretty meh OC all across the board. And because he's limited, it's, yeah, kind of hard to assume MP5 isn't. Seems to be fine, though. Like, wow. Holy crap. Okay. Now, I kind of should compare him to Lubu, I think. Wow. Wow. Okay. He's a very interesting fellow. Oh, right. The Invul Pierce would miss with the first skill. That's true. Oh, that's funny. I guess if you, unless you skip that skill. But you probably don't want it, because you probably want to crit as well. Interesting. I think he actually looks to be a pretty consistent... Okay, so Lubu is here. He's probably at least the same tier as Lubu then. Maybe even higher. Because at least he has a less outdated kit than he does. The reason I can't really put him here is because he's limited as well. But he seems to be really damn fine. Like, actually. But at least even if you have an MP1, you're still capable of doing some big crits, right? So yeah. Okay. Reasoning. A, because of limited. A plus if MP5. Okay, if someone is skipping to this part of the video and whatnot, there you go. Bam, 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 bam. There you go. Limited is A. Right. Paracelsus. Ooh, here we go. So, he's in an interesting spot. We got AoE Arts Caster, but he's also a support. He's a loop support, basically. Which is a really nice thing to be. His attack itself is not that good, but I like his deck. MP gain not too crazy. Just your standard, really old numbers you've come to expect from most of these servants already. You get a high rank rapid words, you know, easy MPs if you need it. Sure. Does not scale to 100% though. So it's like Avicebron, where it's basically 80%. For him, it was 79.5, but, you know, basically the same. Now, here we go. Here we begin. The other two skills. Party Arts up 3 turns. 20%, but you know what? In combination of the other skill he has right here, it used to be just a targeted guts. And that was pretty lame. But, oh my god. The Madmen gave him a targeted 3-turn 50% MP gain up. That is huge. Like, what is that? What is that? That is absolutely insane. That is ridiculous. Just single-handedly can make servants loop. Oh my god. This man is insane. Wow. Yeah. I guess this helps with his own damage and gains, but let's be real. I think his main use used to be a farmer, maybe, that also helped your other farmers. But I seriously think his main use is a loop support now. I think this is such a big thing that it changed his main use. So I'm definitely gonna rate him as a loop support here. But he does get points from still being able to farm. Absolutely, I'm not gonna discount. He can actually still farm. But I'm gonna mainly rate him as a loop support.
Go.
Insane, huh?
Insane, yeah. Bro, yep.
Yo, Bento, thanks for the 3 months, my dude. Welcome back to the Gao. Insane indeed. Even his MP was buffed, so it does decent damage. OC is pretty... So, it's like a very weak MP. Just pretty bad, actually. Just decent on damage, but otherwise pretty bad. But man, oh man, dude. Paracelsus has to be at least A+. Has to be. Like, maybe even EX. I don't know. This is a hard one. He's nuts. Am I gonna... Oh my god, this is a hard one. Oh, so many people are gonna look for this one in particular. They're like gonna skip most of these, but they want to see where I place Paracelsus. I know it. He's like, does he know what he's doing? I don't know. Honestly, that skill is too ridiculous, and he can still farm himself. Like, wow. Okay, he might be a low EX, but I think I'm gonna place him in EX. Fuck, dude. Whatever. YOLO. That skill is just 50% MP gain for 3 turns with the arts buff. It's ridiculous. It's too good to pass up. Right. Moving on. We still have a few left to go. Or a handful. Not a handful. More than a handful. We got Huan. Red hair. Lubu. Whatever you call him. AoE Quick Rider. Oh boy. Man, he, much like many other Lost Belt 3 servants, suffers from a really low attack for some reason. Everyone in that banner had low attack. He had low attack, Guchan had low attack, First Emperor had low attack. Banner 2 units got scammed for some reason for attack. Anyway, can still do a quick chain. I like his numbers, and his gains are not too bad either. He can even do some star generation, actually. No joke. Can actually get some stars on the board. You can tell he's not a day 1 servant. So not too bad. It's just a shame about the attack. Just a bit too low. This is a pretty good skill. 3 attacks, quick up, and last for 5 turns. So you're basically going to get this on every rotation of your quicks. Well, maybe not every, because yeah, your deck resets before this cooldown is up. But in a lot of the cases, most of your quicks will get this buff, which is nice. 30%, not too shabby. And then there's some star generation, which again helps, because his potential for generation, even as a rider, is not bad at all. Same 3 attacks for 5 turns as well. Second skill, let's get some RNG. At least the evasion is guaranteed. And it's one of the better ones because it's a 5-turn one. So even that alone makes this a pretty nice skill. But then you have chance to ignore invul up to 80% and chance to get star absorb up to 80%. So those are on the mercy of RNG. But thank God, at least the evasion is not RNG. And then the third skill, another DPS skill. They really like sometimes going for these attack slash turn-based ones. So again, 3 attacks, 5 turns, which whenever happens first, you get crit damage up and attack up. So he can actually crit pretty hard. So yeah, he's literally screaming to be paired with Scotty. Also, no, god damn it, no pasta in the chat. God damn it. Come on, guys, behave now. So yeah, he's gonna be amazing with Scotty. Riding EX, of course, is a perfect passive. And then his MP sadly hasn't been buffed yet, but can do decent damage. But also gotta keep in mind, he is story locked, so not everyone will have MP 5 realistically. But it does ignore defense buffs, and it does have a chance to skill seal. Not the greatest OC, but this is always a nice effect. So yeah, Quan is not bad at all. Kind of a simple horse, but still miles ahead of like some day 1 kits for sure. Hello, that's Half. How you doing? So I'm gonna place Xuan in. Okay, so compared to like Columbus and Medusa, he's not really a farmer. He can farm, I suppose, but I think he's mostly gonna be picked against AoE boss situations. Is he gonna be here as well though? I don't know actually. Oh my god, Geraldo! Dude, I have to ban you, dude, if you keep going. I don't want to ban you, man. Oh my god. Stop, please, dude. The next time I see that, I have to ban you myself. Please, no, don't make me do it. Come on, you gotta calm down. Thank God they're not visible in the stream chat right here on the screen. Thank God. Okay. So am I gonna place him in the same tier as Medusa and Columbus? I think I actually might. I just might. He's a fine horse. Just could use a buff, I think. And obviously slightly held back by the fact that he's story locked, much like Columbus. We finally get to Robin Hood though. Oh my god. I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting for this. So yeah, definitely a very old servant again, but not a bad one. Attack slightly on the lower side, but single target. Archer can do a full arch chain as well. Not the easiest. I honestly kind of wish he had triple arts, but oh well, at least there's 2. Hey Winter, thanks for gifting Gla. What's up, my dude? Welcome back to the Go Gang, Gla. His MP gain is actually not even that bad, especially once you have his golden rule active. It's okay. It's okay. Now Sabotage, not an amazing skill. Only scales up to 15% attack down, AoE for 3 turns, and then a poison that does not scale low. But we all know this skill is not good because of the effects. It's good because of another reason for him. So we'll get to that soon. So yeah, even despite being rank E, the bottom of the barrel, it still actually makes his MP gain not bad at all. Like, if you get some crits on him, especially because he's an archer, he can crit pretty easily. He can get some good gains going. And this also helps because he has a star bomb, a pretty big one on his dodge. This is certainly one of the better 6-turn, 1-turn dodges slash invulse. It also gives him a 1-turn ignore evasion. So it's a pretty decent defensive skill that you can also use offensively if you can afford it. Not bad. So overall, his skills, while they might look mostly outdated, they kind of make sense for his gameplay, so they're not terrible. Yo, Dobby, thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub. Big welcome to the Gal Gang, my dude. Magic Risk D. Would be nice to have a better one, because he's supposed to be a boss killer, so this should come into play. And this is, of course, nice just for some added damage. And then his MP, despite not even ever being buffed, it still does so much damage because the extra damage modifier is ridiculous. It scales from 200%. Well, it doesn't scale amazingly well from the follow-ups, but man, the base is already nuts. Like, if the target is poisoned, they did. They did. That's why the first skill is really good. If it wasn't for the poison bonus, this would be a pretty bad skill. But now it makes so much sense. It's his enabler. It's literally his mana burst when you think about it. It's like mana burst times 4. Maybe even more. It's nuts. But yeah, my man's here is very consistent. He can live. He can even get some own gains. He can enable himself. And with supports, he's gonna shine even better. So what's there not to like, really? He probably should be here or here. One of the A's at least. I don't think I'm gonna place him in EX. Because those are mostly like the really nuts or game-defining units for me, but he's really, really good. Even to this day, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. It's been so long since he's been released, but he's still that good. Imagine if they ever buff him. Honestly, they might. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm gonna leave him an A+. He's very good. Alright, Romulus, the OG Roma. AoE Buster Lancer. Has a pretty good high attack, actually. Not too shabby. Praise the sun, boys. Has, you know, your usual day 1 sad numbers, but actually can still do a Buster Chain with his MP, which is nice. Hey, Risty, how you doing? So yeah, kind of sad otherwise, but, you know, Buster Chain is possible. Attack is nice, so it's not all bad. Now, they actually did buff him. His first skill. It's now no longer natural body. They gave him a battery. So now, he's actually kind of an interesting farmer when you think about it. They also increased the heal, I suppose. So it's a decent heal too, if you're gonna use him in like boss battles, which you can, absolutely. And you won't get offensive debuffs on you, which, you know, nice bonus, I guess. But this actually makes him a really interesting farmer. Now, second skill, everyone's favorite, Imperial Privilege, and it's the highest rank. Like, man, these are some insane buffs. You get this much for 3 turns, game breaking, but it's chance based. So more often than not, you find yourself getting, you know, shoved something up your ass. Heal is also nice. He actually has a lot of self heals, and decent ones at that. So yeah, if you do manage to land buffs, you're a very happy camper. If you don't, you're just very sad. Coin flips. Almost. Then his unique third skill, it's a targeted guts, which also gives a mini mana burst. 30% buster up for 1 turn. Probably will be used a lot on himself, but could be used on someone else too. Magic Risk B can be useful if you're gonna fight bosses. Also, his MP hasn't been buffed. Gotta keep that in mind. And the attack buff for party for 3 turns happens after damage as well. So honestly, his MP is actually really weak. It's really weak. There's not even any bonus effects on the normal effects. No buff. Kind of a weaker OC. His skills are not bad though. And his attack is still high. I think I'm gonna rate him as a farmer rather than a boss slayer. So I would probably rate him... So where did I place Hector? Hector is here. He's definitely better than Hector, I think, for at least in what he's supposed to do, aka farming. So he's probably here too. with that battery, he now has a pretty okay spot at a decent farmer. He's like a Medusa with a Buster and a Lancer. But yeah, not bad at all. Could use an upgrade for his MP, yeah. But at least he has buffs. If you can land them, that is. 4 more to go. One of the more interesting ones next. The only extra class servant. Well, actually, no, we had Angra Mainyu as well. We got Salieri, actually the highest attack in the game for 3 stars. Just barely beats Lubu with like less than 10 or something. So, but yeah, it's the highest. Mr. 3-star AoE Arch Avenger. Very edgy, but that's irrelevant here. Now, can do a full arch chain with his MP. That's nice. Honestly, I kind of wish he had triple arts, but considering he can also crit, double buster is there's some merit for that too. I just like my arch. Let's just say that. His MP gain, it's better than most low stars, I would say, but nothing too crazy. Now, definitely has a better rank of innocent monster. No more defense demerit at least. You know, stars are about the same, but instead of a defense down, he gets, say, 3 attack, 5 turn crit damage up for self. Not a huge number, but it's better than a defense down. Still, I feel like a lot of people think this skill is better than what it is, but it's just an okay skill. It's not an amazing skill. Don't let the EX fool you. It should be called, like, what's the mermaid blessing again that Hans got? Then it's an amazing skill. Okay. Second skill. I kind of wish this was 3 turns instead of 3 attacks, of course. Or 3 attacks, 5 turns, but, you know. Still nice. 3 attacks, 5 turns, arts buff, 30%. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. And then they really loved doing this by the time they released him. So yeah, another one of these. Defense down for 1 enemy for 3 attacks, 5 turns. Honestly, in most cases, this is a worse version of torture technique. So that really says a lot. It's not a great skill. In almost every case, torture technique will be better. And even that is, to quote myself again, not an amazing skill. So overall, his skills are pretty basic. I'm not gonna lie, they are basic. They're very basic. But okay synergy, I suppose. Avenger passive, that's it. They're okay. And then his MP has not been buffed. And he is story locked, gotta keep that in mind. And then there is the demerit of... it's only a small demerit though. Party gets minus 20% star generation for 3 turns. Who cares? He's not even... He's an arch servant anyway, so he's not going to generate shit regardless. And he's probably going to be your only DPS. And if not, your other DPS probably isn't a star generator either. And then the OC sadly activates after damage. It's arch resistance AoE down. 3 turns, starting from 10%. It's a nice effect, but would be nice if it was before damage. Now, a lot of people know that you can actually loop him. You can definitely loop him. But I'm not really considering like double caster right here. But I suppose there are other ways to do it as well. He's not the easiest to loop, not at all. But he is possible. So honestly, I should probably looking the same way as I look at Yasun. They're both pretty fine as is. And they're not insanely difficult to enable. So I'm probably going to place him in A as well because of that. I feel like he should be in the same tier, honestly. He can do a lot of work, but especially if you don't have high... If you have like MP1, just... He's probably going to fall short on damage though, sadly. Because he doesn't have the most damage. Because most of his damage will be neutral anyway, because he's an Avenger, right? So yeah, I think that's my justification. But the potential is absolutely there. But those are my arguments. I've used him as well. I've looped with him. It works. But don't expect like hundreds of thousands of damage. That won't work. Tota. Dude, I think Tota is so underrated. I really like Tota. AoE Buster Archer. Here we go. Decent attack. Not bad at all. Can do a Buster Chain. Nice, good for damage. He also has a little bit of team utility, but he's mostly a bit selfish. But he's hard to kill, which is also nice. His MP gain is actually not bad. It's probably above average for low stars at least. Despite not being amazing. His first skill is good. It's not amazing, it's good. Self-buster up 30% 3 turns. And a single time heal. So half the time it should be active if you max it, so. Not too shabby. If it was 5 turns, it would be really nice though. But as is, it's not bad either. Second skill, it's everyone's favorite, PFA. Sadly, a lower rank, so it's only 2 attacks instead of 3, but let's be real. Any rank of PFA is a win. So it's a great defensive skill, no matter what. Just not as good as it could be. And then his unique third skill is actually better than I think people think. It's so simple, but it has a very low downtime. It's basically a heal you can use at max HP. And you'd be surprised how often you can actually use him, because he's hard to kill anyway, so he's probably going to use this multiple times regardless. So it's not as bad as it seems. Granted, of course, it's not an amazing skill, but it's not as bad as it seems. It's actually quite decent. It's like a good AoE heal when you think about it. Which, again, heal's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's not bad. Magic Resist is okay, because honestly, more often than not, you're gonna use him against bosses instead of farming, so Magic Resist does make a difference. Independent Action B helps with his deeps. And then MP has been upgraded. Good damage, and if you just so happen to be fighting demonic enemies, man, this is good, because it used to be 1 turn before damage. You get this for 3 turns now. Like, I don't even remember any other bonus damage OC things that gives it to you for 3 turns. Maybe there are some, I might be mistaken here, but that's really nice. You get 3 turns. I mean, granted, the number itself isn't like 150%, but it's not just for the MP, and it's not just for the 1 turn, it's for 3 turns, so it's really good. But of course, it only applies to demonic. But the demonic, it's not the rarest thing in the world, let's be real. But I'm still not gonna rate him basically based on just fighting demonic. I will give him a generic rating here against bosses. In which case, dude, I'm gonna sound like a broken record. I think he's here as well. Maybe even A, honestly. But maybe here. It's hard to say. This is a hard one. He's pretty good though. He's a good AoE archer. He can take care of himself. He has decent damage. And doesn't really rely on too much on others. Just a guy that, you know, gets the job done. But probably not gonna be a solo DPS. Unless you have like 2k foe, level 100 Grail or something. He's a lot better than Kid Gil. I'm not sure. Because Kid Gil did get the buff recently. Okay, maybe he's a low A in that sense. They're very close, I think, but maybe just barely above him. Just barely above him. Okay. 2 more, and they're pretty nice ones. Okay. We got Ushi. I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting for this as well. So, I guess we only had 2 single target riders in this list, much to my surprise. It was just Mandricardo and Ushi. So let's see how Ushi fares against him. Single target, quick, we all know it. She's a classic. Attack is actually fine. It's even better than Mandricardo, which is good, I suppose. Can do a full quick chin with her MP. She sadly still suffers from very low hit counts, so don't expect amazing like generation for star and MP, but not bad. At least after several buffs, her kit kind of makes up for a lot of her weaknesses. So let's take a look at them. This used to be meh. Now it's like, ooh, okay. So it's still the same 20% party MP generation, but now self 20% quick up. Actually a decent skill. Not bad at all. Also, I see the Ushi timeout seal in the chat. It's funny. Yeah. Sadly for Ushi though in particular, a quick up mostly serves as a damage bonus, not so much for MP gain or star generation because of her hit counts. MP is 1 hit, the regular card is 2 hits, but it's nice. Second skill used to be just a lame charisma, but they buffed it very recently, and man, it is looking really nice right now. 20%, which is basically charisma EX. Self crit damage 50%, 3 turns, good, and a star bomb attack. This is a great skill. This is better than a lot of gold servants, better than many SSR skills. This is a very good skill now. It's so nice. Now she's definitely embracing the crit playstyle more, which I like. I really wanted her to be a crit servant anyway. And then the third skill, it's her defensive cooldown. It's still the same. It's your standard, again, 1 turn evasion, 6 turn cooldown. And you get some star gen, but again, even with all these buffs, her star generation is still not that amazing. But you can get a few stars, so it's something. Magic Resist is nice, Riding A is really nice for damage mostly. And then MP, of course, has been buffed, so base damage is nuts. It is, I have to say though, her MP is bad. The OC is okay-ish because it's a 3-turn buff, but that's all it has. So besides damage, that's kind of all you're gonna get. But man, her kit is actually looking pretty nice nowadays. I'm not gonna lie. She used to be so much worse. Okay, so I placed Mandricardo in B+. Ushi is A. Ushi will be placed in A. There you go. She is a solid A. Maybe, just maybe, even A+. But at least an A. She's solid. Very solid. I can't put her in EX. Even if I wanted to. I still think she has a little bit of issues. But man, she's so much more solid now than she ever used to be. Okay, you know what? Because of the latest buff. There you go. She's that good. Now, one of my all-time favorite low-star servants, which we will see in NA very soon. We got my boy, as soon as I can find him. There we go. William Tell. Dude, I love William. I have a fully back-skilled one on JP as well. He is awesome. He's so good and fun and awesome and badass and everything. So, single target archer. Very nice attack. That's a good start. Can do an arch chain. And I actually kind of like that he has a double buster because he's also a crit servant. So it's now easier to get good brave chains going for crits as well. I really like what I'm seeing. And his MP gain is also good. So he kind of is one of the best upstairs here. Yeah, I'm sounding very biased, but I'm also being honest here, okay? He has very nice numbers here. You can tell he's not an old servant. No pun intended. Alright. First skill is not so ready. You get a skill seal and a 30-star bomb. I kind of wish this was 5 turns, but man, it's not bad at all. That's a fat star bomb right there. That is a pretty nice bomb. And most will probably go to him anyway, especially with some of the other skills. So there you go. Good for bosses. And here we go. This is why he's so nice. You get a 3-turn arts up. So instead, dude, this makes Uriel look so bad. Uriel has 3 turns of arts up, 20%. Not only does he get more, but he also is debuff immune for 3 turns. That's like power creep EX. Like, damn, feels bad for Uriel, man. That is a really nice skill. Half the time this will be active, so yeah, he's gonna be doing a lot of work. And then the third skill. This is where you crit, baby. Yeah, it's a 5-turn cooldown, 1-turn effect, but yeah, you can have that really nice quick turn. And you can actually completely self-enable it. Like, that's the crazy part. You don't need a single support to do this. Of course, if you do run supports, he's even better. But the thing is, with the combination of the first and the third skill, you can just get an amazing crits turn by himself, which is nuts. Not a whole lot of people can self-enable that easily. Yo, Winter, thanks for gifting Bolo a sub. Thank you, my dude. And then passes. Yeah, low magic resistance. Independent action A is very nice. And then his MP is not anything crazy. Ignore evasion before damage is good. It's, you know, it hasn't been buffed, so you can't expect miracles for damage. But here's the kicker. His unique modifier. If the enemy has evasion, he's dead. They're dead. She's dead. Whatever. Whoever you're fighting, they're dead. That's just so much damage. That's like, yeah, they're dead. Oh, is Uriel also 30%? Okay, my bad. Okay, retcon, but still. Come on. Okay, it's a 5-turn cooldown, but I would rather trade 1 turn to get this, realistically. This is a very nice, like, debuff immune for 3 turns is definitely worth more than 1-turn cooldown, in my opinion. I still think Uriel needs a buff. Man, he's good. I've used him a lot. Self-sufficient, but even better with supports. Call me biased, but I'm gonna place William in A+. I think he's that good. And I accept the biased comments if they come. I think he's really good. Just that good. I mean, it's above Uriel, so I guess it makes sense. Because I think he is better than Uriel. There you go. Dude, he's gonna be so much fun when he arrives on NA as well. And best part, he's permanent, so you get that free MP5. Keep that in mind. Free MP5. Now, do we want to swap anything at the end? Let's see. Man, this took a while. I thought this would be like 3 to 4 hours, but it ended up being 4+. I'm mostly happy here, honestly. Yeah, it might be a bit heavy on one of these, but honestly, it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Jing Ke C tier? No, what do you mean? She's fine. What do you mean? Have you even tried her post buff? Or buffs? Taigatsu is sad. Well, that's what happens when you're story locked and you have 0 buffs and a 10-turn cooldown on your only good skill. Even C is honestly kinda, you know, generous, but she's still okay. Gong tier. Okay, you know what? For the memes, fine. Fine, I have to do it. Okay, before I end this, okay? Fuck, I pressed the wrong thing. Okay. Okay. Above. Here we go. Okay. There we go. Alright. That's it. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Okay. So there you go. I think this is fine. Again, this is not anything serious anyway, so I hope no one really takes this too seriously. This is just quickly giving like 3 to 5 minutes on each servant, my opinion. So you could go much more in depth and just, you know, lab them 2 hours on end, try all the different comps and whatnot. So this is just like a simple one sitting thing. So I hope no one is too upset. And if you are watching this on YouTube, again, remember the disclaimers. Yeah, you can absolutely disagree with all this. That is completely fine. As a roundup, there you go. There's some servants for you. And yeah, hopefully you're not gonna kill me in the comments or anything. Let's try and stay civil, because there's a chance I want to do the 5-star list as well in the future, which should be juicy. So, if you did watch this on YouTube and you liked it and you want to see more in the future, first of all, like the video, help your boy out, help the algorithm. Subscribe for more, because I just might do the 5-star list in the very near future as well, the redone version, because I'm not happy with the old one. And yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.